Hello, welcome back to this long overdue video. Yeah, this was supposed to come out, last year, but, for reasons which will be apparent if you look at the length of this video and the amount of preparation on the trip into this, which was around 25 hours, just prep work, by the way. Yeah, it's coming out this year, right in time, or just in time for the end of February, to make the February joke again. And, yeah, this is the tutorial for the fucking Redstoneblock-Only 5x5 dual-sided Lavalamp door. And let's get right into the thing, because otherwise we're going to be here for a while anyways. So yeah, this is just let's just get into it, because we'll be here for a couple of hours. You're going to want a 23 by 37 holes, so 23 that way, 37 that way. Our dual door will be in the middle, so the lava slide's in the middle, the glass parts are of course right next to that, so we have that in the middle of the door. The hole is actually just 8 under the ground. I forgot to place my little dummy frame, but if you look over here, you can see that this is the floor: 1 underfloor, 2 underfloor, 3 underfloor, 4 underfloor, 5 underfloor, 6 underfloor, 7 underfloor. So including the floor, that's an 8 deep hole. And yeah, other than that, you're going to need these materials. Yeah, 1,208 sticky pistons. You heard that right? 1,208 sticky pistons. As well as 1,160 redstone blocks. And that's pretty much it. You're going to need like 348, I think, normal pistons as well. Like a button. You could hook this up to a lever. If you hook this up to a lever, you're going to need an extra you need an extra dual edge, because this is like button based. But the input was the last thing I built, and you have pretty much all of this room right here to do whatever the fuck you want with the input. You could even add like spam protection and whatever, but when I was building this, I just wanted to be done. The input was the last thing I built, and the input is like the opening input is actually all the way up here. So like the amount of like death I caught myself in trying to like get that wired up from there, back there, down, over here, back to here, then to this button. I just didn't give a fuck about that anymore. So for now we have a button input. You can feel free to do whatever the fuck you want with the input. I'm not going to tell. I'm not like, if you manage to sit through this and understand all of this, you're smart enough to figure input out for yourself. Let's just like put that way. And in chest number 2, we have just like your average stuff, you know. We have 740 doorway blocks, and keep in mind some of these will need to be pushable. None of them need to be specifically like transparent or obsidian, like immovable. They can be whatever they want, as long as it's not redstone blocks, and as long as it's not like, I don't know, leaves or like melons or stuff which breaks when pushed. You know the drill. If it's 2022, if you still like make jokes about inadequate door frame blocks, you're just not funny. You need 18 glass. Those will be the 18 glass which will come up in the middle of the door. So if you want to color code, or if you want to make the door or something, you can. That's the 18 glass. Yeah, you're gonna need 2 lava sources and 10 immovable blocks and 12 whatever blocks which don't catch fire. So these are mainly used to catch lava from spreading everywhere and to block them. I just used glass because they don't really belong to any circuit, you know. And other than that, we have some dummy pusher slider bullshit blocks over here, color-coded because I have circuits for this. And I mean, can't really color-code redstone blocks and pistons, although someone probably could make a mod for that or something. Yeah, we have, I don't know, I didn't count these. We have like the light blue circuit, which is the top redstone block double piston extenders. We have the cyan, which is the tape control. We have the orange, which is the redstone block side sliders. We have lime, which is like one part of the opening top slider mess. We have magenta, which is part of which are the redstone block tapes themselves, not the control of the tapes. We have dark blue, which is once again part of the top mess of the layout. Red is just for the input, because at that point I was so fucking done with my life that I just spammed, like, I just put 3 sliders instead of 1. Because fuck it, I just... So, the backstory is quick, real backstory. I had the old version done, and then it was like the 26th of February last year, and I just wanted to get this version done, so I sat down and did 2 18-hour sessions in a row. So, like, woke up, ate something, did 18 hours of the, like, wiring on this, went to bed, woke up, did another 18 hours, and, yeah, that's why this is a complete mess. Like, those were the most, like, stressful 2 days of my life, and the most productive 2 days of my life. I have no idea how I managed to do that. The 25-hour prep work for the tutorial is actually, like, split over, like, 5 days, and I wanted to kill myself throughout all of those 25 hours. Anyways, 15 yellow glass. The yellow glass is for the closing side sliders, but also get reused on the opening for the butt updating. Do with that whatever you want. And then I ran out of colors. So with wool colors, I generally don't like to use white or black, because I just don't like to do that. And then there are a bunch of other actual sub-circuits without, like, glass. So there are whole circuits in here which, in my mind, are color-coded. So I could try to search for one, but I mean, this right here, this arm going to the left, that's just, it does orange, but it's actually like its own, like, circuit, because the oranges just happen to reuse orange, you know? So this is actually like its own circuit in my head. So this is like its own color, and so I ran out of colors. So I reverted back to what I did back in beta, which is not beta, but, like, you know, 1.1, the very early thing before everyone just used wool. I just reverted back to using gold, lapis, and iron, because, you know. So out of those, only the gold actually managed to get a slider in. So now we have a gold circuit and an iron. So the iron circuit, you know, you don't see the iron and the lapis, because it's just in my head, because I'm stupid. And then we also have the sponge circuit. And yeah, you need a sponge. Like, there's no water in this, but you need a sponge. That doesn't work if you use any other block. That's just how the game works. There's also, as you can see here, some couple of clay, but those are mainly just used for like, assigning colors to the different top inputs. Because when I made the layout, it was just lime and blue, and I realized having 8 lime and blue inputs is rather stupid and confusing. So I have some clay colors. They aren't actually circuits, they're just like memory blocks. So for example, right here I have a blue memory block, which just has a sign on it for memorizing stuff. And then down here is like the pink memory, and then, you know, there's some more. There's a gold one, there's a blue one, there's really just, there, you know. This is the sponge, but let's just get into it, because otherwise we'll be here for like an hour before we've actually placed our first block. They are gonna need some dummy blocks, doesn't really matter, the sponge is mandatory though. The 18 glass, the 740 door blocks, the 2 lava sources, 10 immovables, and the couple of, like, lava blocking things which hopefully shouldn't be burnable. I mean, it could be burnable, and like, the whole thing technically works completely, like, submerged in a lava lake, so if you want to do that, go ahead. That would be slightly questionable. I mean, it's not slightly. Actually, there are like 3 budded pistons in here. I don't know if the lava updating would rebud them or something. I'll take that statement back. Don't hold me accountable for it. That in a court of law, that statement won't hold. And that we need to get into this. Otherwise, I will just start talking bullshit for the next, like, whatever. So you want to come to here. Great, already wasted 12 minutes. So you want to come to your door thing, and you want to place 4 normal pistons on all of them. And all of them, I mean just the middle 3, because the sides will obviously be done from the sides. And then we have our door frame block. These will be the... But this is the wrong color. And then we have our blocks which go into the... this will be the border of the glass when closed. And then we have 2 more slices of glass, and then the floor. Before you ask, wait, why only 2? We're pushing in the 3rd from the side. So, because in this, we want to make it seamless, obviously. So we push in the 3 glass from here and here to get the 3x3 and then push that up. So to do that, we obviously have a quad. I say obviously, but it might not actually be that obvious. I mean, maybe for those of you who have experience with like glass doors, this might be obvious, but for the others, it might not be that obvious. Yeah, so you just wanna come here, place quads like that, and that's our input. That's not our input. That's our bottom layout done. So these will push over, and then all of this will push up, and then later the top will push this down, and then we'll just close the floor back up. That's yeah, that's like the simple part of the layout, I guess. So then you want to like build up the wall, I guess, because these 5 blocks will all go into the, like, they will form the ring around the glass in the middle. And then for the top, we have these 3 blocks right here. And they will just be connected to a quint. So place 5 pistons like so. And then we can move on to the fucky part of the layout, which is how we're going to power a dual-sided triple quint on the top. So, if this is your front, you want to like look at it from the front, right? And then you want to start with your blue glass, and the blue glass goes across the bottom 3, and then has a redstone block over here. And then do the same thing 2 blocks up, and the in between are going to be filled with lime glass. And has the redstone block on the left. So I should probably just... So this is our setup. We're going to push these across and back again. Initially I had like redstone blocks powering them like this, and realized that quickly that would be the most stupid thing to do, and so I did the slightly less stupid thing to do. I mean, this whole tutorial is probably the biggest mistake of my, not the biggest mistake, but like the most stupid idea I've ever had, going by like the amount of time already spent like suffering through the prep. Anyways. So we have these 4 redstone blocks, and we're going to come back to these later, actually really soon. First we need to talk about the lava. So first we need to talk about parallel universes. We have these 5 blocks. These are actually slider blocks, that's why they're emeralds. And then we have a redstone block down here, followed by an orange glass and a bunch of pistons. So we have a normal, and a sticky piston right here. And push that back down. Actually, don't push that back down. Actually, I do push that down. So we have a normal piston, and another normal piston right here. Except we don't have them right here because there's actually 2 glass on top of them. So we have this, and this for the we have this for the right, and then for the left we have something slightly different. So we have another normal sticky glass, redstone block, 5 sliding wall blocks. We have 2 glass. Then we have a normal piston, and then a glass with a normal piston on top of it. Wait, hold on. This is a sticky piston. There we go. Otherwise, the push limit will fuck us over. This already looks like a mess, and that is because it is, obviously. And the reason why we have all of this bullshit is because we need this redstone block to be right here. So that's why there's a triple down there. And behind this triple is a piston like this, and then on top of that is a double, and then on top of that is another thing like this. So what this does is the lava will come from up here, actually right where I'm looking, so right here, and we're going to pull away this block, and then we're going to one-tick both of these. So the lava then flows from this block into this hole, over the arm, over the block, into the middle slice. That's how we get the lava to the middle. And then at the right time, we pull back the redstone block, and that will release the lava curtain, to the outer innermost slice as well. And the reason why this is the layout I chose is because it's rather easy to wire, because if on the opening it's the exact same pulses, so we one-tick these, and then we one-tick that one, and that just closes it up again. So with redstone blocks in general, you need to simplify as quickly and as much as you can. So you'll see, like, we're going to build like a bunch of circuits, and we're just going to hardwire the circuits to each other to like reduce the number of things we actually have to worry about. Yeah. So yeah, that's that pretty much. So when these get pushed up, we have the blue glass has 3 more on this side, and then a triple, and then an extended triple right here, like so. And then the lime glass has the green glass and triple right there, with the extended triple right here. And we're just going to repeat this for like the next 2 slices, like so. And then we need to place updater pistons on top of these, because we're going to bud them from the top. We'll get to that in around 1.5 hours when we're done with the closing. But trust me, this layout totally makes sense when we are going to watch the explanation, which I'm going to copy paste in. Yeah, that is the entire layout. So the top of these will actually be budded from right here. So these input to the top, they can pretty much just hold the thing permanently. And then for the others, we're going to push these 4 redstone blocks back and forth to pretty much one-tick all of them. So like pretty much like this, like that. So we're going to always like one-tick the first 2. And we're going to hold on the outer one, and of course that forms a zigzag with the green, but don't worry about that, like that doesn't matter. And then when we're done with what we needed to do, we're going to just push these back over in like a bit, like not in the one-tick fashion, because otherwise because we can only fire these like at a dual thing, so which is actually nice, because that just does like the 2 steps of the retraction at once again simplifying all the inputs we have. But if we do that at 1-tick speed, that will not work, so we have to push this over at 3-tick speed, I think. So I'm just like rambling at this point about things which won't be important for the next like 2 hours, so let's just move on, I guess. You want to cover up the floor like so, and you want to cover up the ceiling, because these will be the visible things. Then on this side we once again have our piston, our double, and our single on top. And yeah, we just place our 5 singles on all of these. And that's our layout done. For now, there's obviously like 2 tapes and like the grabber isn't what. This is like the basic layout. This is what it looks like from the input side. And we're just going to get started with the wiring, I guess. So first things first, probably the bottom closing. So how do we power this tower efficiently? We power this tower efficiently like this, where we power the right one from like the side and the other 2 directly from the front. Because we can use this neat trick where we have this set up, and what happens is this pushes like that just fires all of them. If I just demonstrate it like so. See, all of these extend simultaneously. Looks really nice on the animation. Off, obviously, it doesn't matter. So, yeah. You want to build that like 4 times on top of each other, because we have 4 pistons to push, and yeah. Don't worry. Do worry. Actually, the rest of this is not this repetitive. Sadly, so there we go. We've like this is our tower, and the way we fire this tower is we're going to push a redstone block like this, and then from this redstone block we're going to just tower ourselves upwards like so, with alternating on and off pistons. So alternating on and off pistons actually, so like a quick detour into Redstoneblock-Only basics. On pistons turn off instantly all together. Well, technically in a row, but they pretty much turn off at the same time. While off pistons extend at a 3 game tick delay. Technically 2 game tick, but since we're dealing with pistons and reacting to pistons, it's 3 game ticks before space has an aneurysm in the comments. So what happens is this piston fires. These 2 pistons fire simultaneously. This piston subtracts instantly and pretty much just doesn't exist. Pretty much this piston fires as soon as this one is done. We can ignore all the extended pistons. So this piston fires at the same time as this piston, because 1 off, 2 off. We have 1 off and then there's 2 off. And then this fires and this subtracts instantly together with this one. So when this one is done, which is when this one is done, which is when this one starts to fire, is when we fire this piston. So this piston and the bottom normal piston actually fire at the same time, which means that they pretty much fire as fast as they can after each other, because this fires simultaneously with this fires, and then 1 tick later, 1 piston timing later, we hit this guy to power the next like thing. Which like, you know, there's like a 1 piston delay in between, and that's just the thing. So from here you want to sticky piston. Make sure you don't throughout the tutorial you absolutely do not fuck up the sticky and normal piston situation. You want to tower up like this, and oh hey look, we have the bottom situation again. So we can just repeat what we did before, and that's our tower. So now we've simplified these 4 inputs to just this piston, which is exactly what we want. And now we're just going to do the exact same thing over here. Oops. So that's our tower, and then to connect our tower we have our input followed by our zigzag and this zigzag, and oh hey, we're back at what we started with, so this could in theory tower up infinitely. That's just a neat here you go, knowledge thing, you know. And that's our bottom towers done. So next up, we probably should do the sliders, because there's 4 of them, and it's obviously easier to just make that 2 and eventually connect those 2 to make that 1. So the way our sliders work is we power this thing from behind, and we have our piston below that with a redstone block, and then going off of this redstone block, we have another piston like so, and another piston like so, and that just goes up to here, and that just goes into there. And for this guy, we just have our thing right here, like so. So this does a full slider, and if we just place these like so, obviously we're going to have to block that one from pushing temporarily. Let's just so if we place the block there, if we put that here, you can see that's the fastest extension this thing can have, and the retraction is just there. Yeah, gonna build the same thing on this side with a slight modification. So let's first do this. So we have this, we have this invert, we have this powering that, we have this guy, and this guy powering that. So for the other ones with the glass, we actually are 1 block closer to the thing, because this has to push to here, while the other one just has to push to there. So we actually can abuse the fact that this redstone block is right there to skip the last pulse, because otherwise the last pulse would also like interfere with our tower. So same thing right here. We have this, we have the invert, we have and then pretty much just this. So this side is a lot easier. So when we turn this off, and then we turn this on, see, we get the full extension because we don't have to worry about this guy. And then later, obviously, this would get pushed up, and then we turn that off, and then we can turn this back on. And then later, this gets pushed down again. So there we go. That's our slider for this side done. Let's keep that extended. Same thing here, we just have this, an invert and another thing. So these are actually a lot simpler than what it looks like. Yeah. Now let's just, so all of these 4 will be connected down to pink. Pink is down here. Pink is this piston. So you want to come into the front corner. This is the input corner where you want to come 4 from the front and 3 from the left and place this piston. This is going to be our pink piston. And pink is going to do everything. Like, I mean everything. So when you turn pink on, this is the entire closing. This is the input to the entire closing. Like the entire closing is connected to pink, because pink is the input connects to pink. The pink connects to yellow, connects to orange. Orange connects to yellow, and yellow connects to well, okay, yeah, yellow is done. Yellow is the last thing the closing does. And then on the opening, this will also be linked to the tape start, the light blue double piston extender part 1. This will trigger gold. This will trigger iron through gold. This will trigger light blue part 2. This will trigger the light blue part 2 refine. Pretty much everything is connected. This is pretty much just this is pretty much everything, and I'm not like over exaggerating here. We will come back to this pink will block a lot, so make sure you like place a marker or something, or don't. I'm like just for a tutorial help thing, you know, you take whatever. Yeah, so we have this, and so we're going to like place a we're going to place 2 pistons like this, and from here we're just going to start to build out or over that way. And because these two will be connected and these two will be connected, it's important that they both fire at the same time. Because, well, you see this one is blocking this one from extending. So that one needs to retract before this pushes, and that one needs to retract before this pushes. And since these two and these two fire simultaneously, both sides need to fire simultaneously, because otherwise they block each other. Or like the slower side will block the faster side, so the faster side fails, because you're smart enough to figure this out. So we want to count exactly 14 pistons to get to those things. That's just like, that's also why we chose this corner, because it's roughly an equal distance from this side going down here and that way, and this one doing a spiral there and coming back. We want to come up one. Now, whenever you see me do like up one piston just to go back down, that's just to like to cheat the grid basically, because if you look at this, right, we can, oops, yeah, if you look at this, right, we only like extend 3 blocks at a time. But if I have a piston right here which I want to fire, that's actually rather complicated. You'd need to go like pretty much like this or something. So it's or like pretty much like this, but we don't always have the space to do this. In this case, there's like multiple things going on next to it. So we do a lot of times you will see me go up one piston just to go down one piston again. That's really just to cheat the 3-block grid, pretty much. Yeah. So on your 8th piston, where you want to start going up and over one, we want to dodge the corner right here, and go up more and more and more and yes, this one. So from here we go up one more and behind the, no wait, not this, and like this, and I'm at the, am I stupid? Yes, I'm a bit stupid. This is the wrong circuit. Oops. So yeah, so that what I just tried to build was the connection to yellow, I think. Yeah, you see this is the pink. Pink comes up here. This is the pink which I'm about to show, which I wanted to show you, and I accidentally continued the staircase up into the yellow, because everything is connected to pink. And yeah. So actually, just let me open this. So you can see pink is right here, and so when pink opens, there you go. You see that both of these arms race to get to this thing, and then you saw this unpower right when this started to power, like this power unpowered a tiny bit earlier before this started to push. So that's that's why we count the pistons. Yeah. So we come all the way back to this guy. So yeah, this thing is extended this way, and here we go into our connection circuit with a negated piston, and that just goes into another piston, and that just goes into an up piston that powers the extended, the to be extended thing, and for the to already extend to retract piston, we go down and go down some more, and go over one piston, go around the corner, go back, and then go up and more up and more up, and then we grab that, and that's our thing done. We're going to build the exact same thing here. We're just going to like wire towards it a bit differently. We once again want to go up a bit, just to go down, because there's stuff next to it and we don't really have the space to do this. So up, 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 up. 1, 2, 3, 4, over, up, the around the corner, and here's our invert. So we once again just have this guy, and this guy running into this, and then from here we're once again just going to go down to, forward to, around the corner, and then from here we just go up. And that's the main part of pink done. So if we fire this red now, you can see we get the nice bottom slider, and then we have to pretend orange fired. And then we turn this off. You see it pushed back over. So that's like the main intention for pink initially before I started hardwiring everything. And yeah. So let's continue with the closing. So when pink fires and we push over, now the orange and the glass towers can obviously push. So we're going to wire up the glass towers. The glass towers come from this guy extending. So this right here is actually a rising edge. Quick lesson in Redstoneblock-Only. If we have this, this is a rising edge, so it only does that. And then if you put it right here, that's a falling edge. And then if you just update that, that's a dual edge. And yeah, so this is the rising edge, which makes sure this only fires when the closing happens and not when this opens. Then we have another, so this is a rising edge, this is a falling edge when the rising edge fires, obviously. It's pretty much just an extension of this rising edge. That's like that's what it is. So and then down here we have technically another falling edge, but once again it's really just it's not an extension. This is like the actual falling edge, because from here we're just going to wire 3 pistons into this. And once again, quick Redstoneblock-Only lesson for those of you who don't know Redstoneblock-Only that well. The pulse length of a falling edge, or like any monostable, is determined by the chain of pistons behind it. So this one right here will 1 tick, because we have 1 extended piston. And this one right here will 2 tick, or like 3, 4, I don't know. This one will give a pulse, which inverted will 1 tick after 1 piston. There we go. And this one right here will give a pulse which can travel through 2 pistons before it dies, or like before it 1 ticks. Oh wait. You see, so the more extended pistons we have, the more unextended pistons we can have before it fucking dies. Because with Redstoneblock-Only you don't really deal in signal length, because that just is modified every single piston you go through with the pulse. So you have to think about the signal dying, or like, yeah, just dying off of like going through too many unextended pistons. When you have a monostable, you need to count the number of extended pistons in your pulse, and you can modify this pulse length by adding an extra unextended piston in your wiring. It's really just counting the amount of extended pistons versus the amount of unextended pistons. If you have more unextended pistons than extended pistons, the signal will die. So an example for that would be a two unextended piston pulse, and I want to get that through 3 things. It just dies. It will 1 tick at the 2nd piston, and after that the signal is obviously dead. So however, if I add an unextended piston and do that again, now this one pretty much just negated the previous one. So this unextended piston and this extended pistons like build a pair, then this and this build a pair, and we're left with the 1 unextended piston and the 1 extended piston, which means this one will 1 tick and all after them will die. This probably doesn't make any sense. I'm explaining it in a really bad way. Basically, we need this is the rising edge. This is a falling edge connected to the rising edge, and this is the falling edge connected to this falling edge. However, this falling edge right here is 1, 2, 3, 4 pistons long, and that means we can travel through 1, 2, 3, or like, that means we can travel through 1, 2, 3, 4 pistons before the signal dies. So if this was if this were to be connected to anything else, this piston will this piston will one tick. This piston will one tick, and then the pulse is obviously dead, or like permanent, I guess. So it's no longer pulse after this piston. And to get it up this tower, that's also why we had to keep alternating between extended and unextended pistons. So we have a 4 piston long signal. We have a 3 piston long signal coming out of this. We have a 2 piston long signal coming out of this. We have a 3 piston long signal. We have a 2 long piston, 3 long piston, 4 long piston, 3 long piston, 4 long piston, 3 long piston, 2 long piston, 3 long piston, 2 long piston, 3 long piston, 2 long piston, 1 long piston. This guy will one tick. If that made sense, you know? So it's really just counting the thing, and yeah. Sorry for that break. My TV said the remote batteries were dying, and I kinda need this tutorial will probably be longer. That'll definitely be longer than 4 hours, and in 4 hours the TV would be like, hey, you haven't done anything in the last 4 hours. Would you like to turn the TV will automatically turn off in 5 minutes. And if the battery is dead, obviously I can't prevent that, and then I wouldn't see shit. So I just had to grab new batteries and sorry for the pause. Where were we? We were counting why this monostable needs 4 pistons. Yeah, hopefully that was necessary and enlightening to someone of you. And let's move on to connecting this bullshit to this thing. So you want to come to the top of this tower, because once again we connect a circuit hardwired directly into the previous circuit, just to make sure we don't have to worry about anything. So there isn't a master control circuit like you would expect in, or like you've seen in all my recent giant doors, like the 7x7 cave ores. That's you get. That's you know, whatever. So we connect this guy once again with extended pistons to keep this signal alive to this thing, and this thing is another falling edge or rising edge, I guess. So when this fires, this is inverted, and this is a rising. This is a falling edge, and then this piston makes the rising edge. And we're just going to connect it to this guy, and to this guy, and to this guy, and to this guy. And that will power this piston and figure it, do the thing. So once again here we extend the arm of the monostable to increase the pulse length we were going to get. So we're going to get a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're going to get a 5 unextended piston long pulse. So this is our first piston, this is our second piston. Why do I even have the other stuff in my inventory? With our second piston, this is an invert to keep the thing alive. This is budded. This ignore that. Obviously these will swap around when pink fires before this fires, so this bud isn't an issue. This will be this will happen a bunch of more times. So the reason why we need all these unextended pistons, because we need to give this bud time to actually fire. If we were to fire these at the speed this fires, then the bud would actually either block it or not do it on the last pulse. I'm not sure. So if we fire this, I can just show you. It's blocked at the top, right? If we just put these here. Yeah. You see this just was too fast, and you see there it goes. So what was happening was probably this was still budded, and this instead of this firing when the piston retracted, this bud kept it on too long, so it can you like fuck off? Yeah, so what happened was this bud was as soon as this piston retracted, this immediately extended instead of waiting for this to actually be done. So if we do this again now, we should, yeah, you see, there we go. The top piston like one ticks the thing. The actual like opening at one ticks it. I think it's because of player input difference or something. It doesn't really matter. Then the thing is right there, and this pulls, and then we can place that thing again, and then we can push this back down like this. So don't worry about these blocking the up pushing. We will deal with that in a minute. First, we're gonna mirror this on this side. So you want to come to this thing, put a thing, put it down, put another down. Put an updater piston, another down, invert, and an upwards invert, because we have a downwards invert for the monostable, which just snakes around like so, with an updater piston like this. The placement of updater pistons under pistons usually doesn't matter, but for example in this scenario this would like obviously not work, so we have to do it like this. And yeah, and then you're on, and then you're off. There we go. That is that is the bottom. So if we were to fire it, this would almost do the closing, because we forgot to place these. Because obviously the top orange is blocked, but we will deal with that right now. So front side, you want to come to the like input side. The input would be like right there. Actually, let me quickly build out this, because this will make orientation so much easier. I'm stupid, I have world edit. This one. There we go. Now we have a nice indicator of where the fuck we are, and yeah, or like where the tunnel is, I guess. So once again, you want to come to the input side, which is right here where pink was, and just for like convenience, our input would be right there. This is like the traditional old school button input, if you remember like the very, very old CNV Minecraft, like 4x4 or 3x3. It's just like really like whatever. Once again, the input was placed at the last, like was the last thing that was done, so you could move this pretty much anywhere along this wall, except to like really. You want to come to the input side and come back to this thing right here, because this is going to push up our first slider. Oh, I mean, this is a slider, but like the actual wiring slider. So you want to push this up, and then we're going to go through some orange glass right here. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is the redstone block, then air, and then a downwards piston, like so. And the way this works is we have an unextended piston like this, and an extended piston like that. That's just the smallest way to do any pusher like this. So once again, this has a like one piston delay. So when this piston extends, this retracts, and when this is done extending, this is done retracting, and that means when this is done extending, this one fires after that, which gives us enough time to one-tick this, and then to unblock the bottom piston, right? So you know, it pushes back down, so this doesn't happen. Which is once again the reason why we had to count the piston signal length depth down here. So this would like not block that. Anyways, so this will once again trigger the trigger a monostable. This will just go like this, like this, like this, like this, and then from here we are going to update the piston, because I lied, this it does actually block it, but it updating this later will just, you know, push down. This just happened to be the most convenient like thing to do. Actually, it wasn't the most convenient. It was the most convenient thing to do. Like this was, we're building this currently in build order, so there was all of the error I needed, like I could ever wish for here. So this wasn't like a space restriction. This was just, I wanted to do it like this because it's just. Anyways, so from this thing you want to come this way, and now things get really messy ASAP. So you want to come to this guy. And then from here we have an updater piston below it, and a piston going to the side like this, and then that goes into a downwards piston like here. Is that a sticky? That is a sticky. And this thing will power this piston right there through this updater piston. So as I said, we need to move this redstone block out of the way so that the orange can push up, and that's what this is. So obviously pushing this out won't do anything because we still need to up, but pushing it up like this won't do anything because we still need to make this guy realize that it's now being unpowered. So we have an updater piston right here, which is powered from this redstone block, which if we do this, will retract, but if we undo this, this won't re-extend. Later I realized the sliding happening will actually do that for us on the closing opening. So this is the next thing I'm going to, like, this updater piston is completely unnecessary, but I just like to place it anyways. So we have a we have a dual edge update on the budding. We have a dual edge update on the budded update, but update this, you know, whatever. So pulsing this will push this out and allow this thing to be pushed up, or like unblock to get pushed up. And then on this side it's the same. We just have a sticky piston right here. We have an updater piston and a downwards piston right there. So now the whole closing actually works. So far, well, the last thing that's needed is the sides and the quints extending by 1, which is this input, which is exactly what we're gonna build now. So, from this thing again, you want to come to this thing and push a piston right there, and from this piston you want to go right here, and from that you want to go right here. With another invert, and then another piston out, and then a piston like so. We are in yellow. This isn't blue. Hold on. Blue was going to. So blue is this with an updater. Wait. Right, with we have our thing from the bottom stack again, and this is the updater piston because this is the thing which really retracts last, so we only need this one updater piston. Updater piston right there and right there in the middle. And then behind this we have a web slider. So we have 2 glass and our redstone block, and then we're just going to go outwards to right here and place another piston like at the height of that monostable, because these aren't actually here yet. And then this just gets powered from here, and that just gets powered from here, because this doesn't exist, and then this gets powered from, actually this one exists, and then there. So this is the closing so far. We have the bottom sliders firing, we have the glass door being pushed up, we have the We have top unblocking orange, we have the side, we have orange firing, we have the top of the quints extending, and now the last thing that's necessary is the sides. So doing the lava control and doing the singles. The singles are actually done by the lava control because convenience, and once again we need to hardwire as many things as possible to each other, so we have to worry about as little things as possible. Yeah, so coming back to what I spoiled earlier, we have a another piston right here, and then we're going to go into this, and then we have our yellow monostable, and the yellow monostable is rather important because our yellow monostable is actually the input to the opening. So this is side closing and most of open, and most of opening. There we go. We'll come to this block later in like, I don't know, like 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, I don't know, depending on how much I keep talking. Oh my god, it's been an hour already and we aren't even done with the closing. Shit. I mean, good. I'll take the longest Redstone tutorial on YouTube thing from Arma, because this is definitely more prestigious than, I don't know, the 10x10 record. Anyway, so from this monostable, we once again need to extend this arm outwards a bit to make sure the single doesn't die, and we are actually extending it to right here. This is our thing. And from here we're going to go down like this with an updater piston to go into our down piston under it this time, which has an updater piston like right here, and that just goes into this piston. And the exact same thing on the other side, because it's symmetrical at this point, because we managed to hit the center slice. So why are these here? These are here to power this thing through that updater piston and this thing through the... as I explained, we need to grab this to allow the lava to flow into that hole. So that's why we need to grab them. And same thing on the other side. Actually, we can just place in our lava right now. So we have two lava blockers right here. We have a lava blocker right here because that will be open later. And same thing on this side. We have a lava blocker right there. There's a piston right here for the tape, so ignore that for now. Now a lava blocker right there, and then we can place in our lava. Right there and right there. We once again need a lava blocker down here, and then the bottom sliders will leave a hole because remember this the front piston of the quad will extend because of orange, but then orange actually leaves. So we have a hole right here and right here. So if you don't want your lava to flow pretty much everywhere, you can just add a little catcher right here. If you add it right one block higher, like right there, you can also do that. You could also add it here if you wanted, but I added down here because then you can actually use this as a like secret alternative entrance to something, you know. So during the opening, during the closing, when this push up, the slider push over, before the sides close, because that actually takes a while. That takes until the lava is flown from there onto the middle slice before this closes. Because as I explained, that's connected to this redstone block being retracted. You can actually jump down this hole and then land on like either of these, I guess, and then you can have like a secret alternate entrance thing. That's your thing, obviously. Where were we? Right, yellow. So yeah, same thing. I went this far as we also need to tell the sides to do their thing. So we're going to wire this from here to this area, under there, back to that side. So come to this thing, grab this, And we're going to extend this arm even further outwards, like so. So we're going up and even more up, and then we go down and oh, this is a mess. Hold on, let me think. Double update further down and update up, update side, update pusher down. The reason why this is a mess is because we are going right through the middle of the inputs to this entire thing. So this is why this looks super fucky. We have to dodge like all the redstone blocks which go around here and like here, and you know, so that's why we have to do this bullshit. And yeah, from here we have this updater which goes into this piston, but this updater is actually a falling edge, so it wouldn't direct to the opening. So we add another updater to the updater to fire the thing, and this is still this is still a normal arm of the falling edge. There are no continued edge fallers in here, as you can see. Well, I guess this piston, but this piston doesn't count as it's like a dual edge updater to this. Anyways, so from here we go into this to immediately invert it again. Just to go down, and the reason we could place, like, I mean, we could place this updater right here. I just for some reason have it memorized right there. Go back up again and into another piston and into another piston, and then we go over. And here we have another falling edge, because this needs to be a dual, like this won't be a, like, we're going to refire yellow on the thing. So since I couldn't extend the signal from this monostable even further, I just added a second monostable instead. Mainly because the arm at this point is way too long. So we have like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oops. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Doesn't count. 10, 9, 8. We have like an 8 piston long delay, and we actually want to one-tick this guy. We don't actually want to one-tick this guy. We want to one-tick the stuff it's powering. So that's why we have two extended arms in this. So this will be so this is -2, this is -1, and then this is 0. This is 0 indicating the signal dies at this point, which means it's one-ticking. And under that we also have an updater piston and these guys, because these will also one-tick, and they will they will pull the Redstoneblock block under these to extend the top singles. And yeah. So if we one-tick this, when there's a Redstoneblock block right here, we get the full closing, and then we just need to worry about powering this guy at the correct time to make the lava drop. You know, we need to wait for the lava to reach the middle. I explained that earlier. I'll demonstrate that later. Yeah. This is the part which is different in the nether, because lava flows, I think, 3 times as quickly in the nether. So the really long ass delay snake we're about to build can be shortened a lot in the nether. So I'm going to come back to this side with the yellow and come to this guy, because this guy has an updater piston under it and a piston going down. And then from here we have another invert and another normal, and then from here we're going to build the most space efficient snake which I know of, and that's like the most one high snake thing. For convenience, just extend this right now. So you want to always go back and forth and then come over and then extend the snake like this, and you can see how we're just like snaking our way through this area with minimal air blocks. Make sure all of them are sticky, because otherwise bad things will happen once you try to fire this. Yeah. So on the last one, you don't actually want to build it like here, you want to actually build it right there. And we're still going to snake, and we're still snaking, and then right here we're going to go down into an updater piston, into into an updater piston, into this updater piston, and then we're just going to continue the fucking snake. Because we need like 60, I believe. I forgot the actual number. I think it's 60 pistons of delay. It's on a sign on Synergy, but Synergy is dead at the moment. So oops. I want to place this, and then this is where the snake actually stops. So we've snaked enough. In the nether you could cut 2/3 of this, so connect this to that directly. And we have like what, 2 air blocks, 3, whatever. Unbar this. You can see how like that's some nice delay. Yeah, so from here you want another piston, and then an invert, and then a second invert, and then like an inverted, and then an actual invert right here, and that goes into this. And now we're entering the oh my god, I don't want to butt anything, please make this work somehow territory. So it's going to be a mess of a wiring, and like so, because this is actually permanently extended. And that's the entire thing. So that will extend the sides with the doubles. So we have a piston arm right here, and we have a piston arm right here, and then a block right here, the wall block right there. And then the lava will flow down. These will close up, so the lava can't escape. The lava will hit the middle, and then this whole snake will have snaked its way through, and then this retracts to back here, and then the lava can drop down in all 3 slices at the same time, and it looks glorious. Because I mean, of course I had to make sure the thing is actually fast, almost as fast as it actually can be, and also looks nice while doing it. The only inconsistency is that due to these redstone block being pushed over, these two will close a bit earlier, and I kind of hate that, but there's like no way around. There's a way around this in theory. We could push the entire stack, so we could just remove this piston and then push that over, which we actually need to do on the opening, because well, this piston would get stuck right here, and then we need to move the redstone block to get it unstuck, and then we can step row it, you know. So the opening is absolutely mandatory, because and otherwise it would break, and I didn't like realize that when I was building the closing, so that's why I have a shitty closing, and I don't like at that when I realized that like 85% of this was already done, and I'm not redesigning that for a fucking 2-block ugly closing from one side, which is really just a 1-block, you know. Anyways, how do we get the thing to the other side? We simply... Why is the TV? I don't know, sorry. So to get the thing to this side, we're going to put a nice little slider through the floor. So, nope, there. We have this guy, which goes down, and then we have this guy, which goes down again, and then we have this guy, which goes, guess what, down again to this thing, and then here's our yellow slider. If you're wondering why I'm mentioning a TV, which I never actually used before, it's because my second screen died, and I kind of just put OBS on my TV instead, because I want to see OBS on the second screen to make sure I actually record the thing I'm doing, because if I do this for 8 hours and then it turned out it wasn't recording, then I am going to, like, commit war crimes in Yugoslavia. I should probably not make that joke in 2022, as the global political situation is a bit scuffy. For legal reasons, that's a joke, yeah. So we have this thing. The slider will get, well, this monostable fires this monostable, but that monostable is a monostable, so this is actually pulsed, which means we can push this over, and then push that back. And, yeah. I guess that glass should be a floor block if you don't want a random ass yellow glass to show up in your floor, and same, I guess you have a piston arm already right here. Like there's no way around this without redesigning a major part, because this is encased in like 3 other circuits. Sucks to be you. Yeah, so from here you want to, how does this go again? You have this and this and one more, and I think now the invert down into the monostable, into an upwards piston, into this guy. Yeah. So once again, you have our 2-armed monostable to like -1 this, and then to 1 tick this, or like to 3 and then to 1 tick this. Anyways, also 1 ticking all of these, which will extend them into this guy. So that's that, and then for the bottom control of this, we are actually just relying on a huge slider, which goes off of this snake, because why would we build, honestly, like why would we build 2 snakes? Especially since like this room is already taken. If we just have 1 snake and connect everything to it. 2 updater pistons, why can't we have 1 of these? Good question, that will be apparent in like years. You know, piston right there under the floor. See why I placed in the floor now? Why I placed the floor earlier. Piston like this, piston out, invert, slider. And then we're just going to push that over to right here, I think, yeah. This is important for in a couple of hours. It feels so weird saying that. This is the Quinned Bud update during opening. So what does that mean? I'll come to that when we're done with the closing, and I'll copy paste the schematic which explains the entire opening, because I have a huge ass setup which I'll copy paste over there just to explain the opening, because it'll probably be necessary for the quality of the explanation thing. Yeah. By the way, how do we fire this thing? This thing will just get powered from this guy. So this will go like this. Power itself. This won't actually slide back over because this is still blocking it, so we need to update it. And the way we update it is through this piston and the updater piston on top of it, because we're actually updating it from right here. And the way we're doing that is to just have an updater piston, a downwards piston right there, and an updater piston right there. And so when this pushes over, this fires. The monostable fires, 1 ticks both of these. Yeah, this happens pretty much instantly. This is powered but can't push because it was blocked, and now it's unblocked, and then the snakes, and then the snakes over here, splits here, comes down here, comes up here, pushes this thing over. This thing fires the bottom, and wait, it does actually not fire the bottom yet. We have a redstone block right there, so 1 off, and then we have an updater piston and a piston right there. This just gives like this piston fires at the same time that would get powered, but it can't. And then we have 1 more, 2, I guess, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 and maybe 6. I don't know. The 1 tick also is kind of fucky. I guess that doesn't really align with the 3 game tick rule. Space explained. So we have like an extra 5 and maybe 6 something pistons to power to update this so that side can unblock itself, and then this thing first. And that thing should be the entire closing done. Should be. Let's fire pink and see if it is the entire closing done. So yeah, let's try this. There's the bottom, there's the... Okay. Yes. Why didn't you fire? Because I forgot to build the entire thing right here because I was busy trying to explain the... Yikes. I was busy explaining counting and why we count and... Oof. Oof size large. This goes here. These two are actually here. We have our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 redstone block, orange glass, red, there. And then our sticky, our sticky piston right there. So, yeah, I kind of forgot to build this. There we go. The entire closing is done. And, yeah. Closing worked. And, yeah, if we go back to this thing, you can see that this is actually in sync on both sides. If I didn't forget to build the thing, and up there you can see the lava like opens perfectly, so all 3 of these are actually flowing down at the same time. Yeah. Sorry for that. I'll just put some text on screen telling you to make sure to build this, to build these, like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 pistons during the appropriate time. I was busy talking, and then I think the batteries died, so that was also a vector. Anyways, so the closing works, and now it's time to talk about the opening. We have the actually, okay. Let's build all the inputs first, I think. So then I can tell you like color codes, and then the explanation will make like infinitely more sense. Okay. That sounds like a good plan. We want to come to the inputs then, and now we're going to build the input tape. So we need to cycle 3 redstone blocks into this position, under like. Pretty much next to the quint, and the reason for that is we have these double piston extenders with the redstone blocks to help us extend the quint. The quint will go up to here, and then we're going to extend the redstone block up to here with this double, and that will do the quint for us. This is actually something I came up with all the way back when I did the 10 by 10 TNT for the 1.6 or 1.7 that had a triple like this in the top, and then would slide in redstone block bars from the side. That was really creative. And the fucking 1.13 update, 14 update, not the one after. So first of all, when you could replace repeaters on comparators on TNT, that was just completely useless, like pointless at that point. But the update after that broke comparators being stuck in like a ghost powered state. So like they weren't powered, but they looked powered. You know, if you're old school, if you're like a bit older in my like Redstoner, you know exactly what I mean. And that actually like was abused to make a monostable, really like a one tick monostable, and that broke. Like they patched that, which broke the monostable. So the whole thing just kind of died, and you never got to see anything of it. I could probably blend in like a screenshot here or something. That was like really fun back then. Anyways, so we need to get 3 redstone blocks under this thing. And the way we tape through this is different on both sides, because of course it is. We have a couple of magenta blocks, and when we get to the height of that redstone block back there, we want to place 3 redstone blocks in a triangle like this, and then we cross back through the ceiling, and then we want to continue over here with 3 redstone blocks right here, and just do the rest like this. And I guess this is a piston arm, so the tape's currently blocked by that, but that doesn't matter because the tape only fires once this opens. We have a piston right there, and we have a piston right here, and we have a piston right there. So that's our tape. And the other side looks completely different, where this is like a sort of O shape, which is like a bit longer than it's wide. The other one is like like a minus. It's completely wide and almost no height to it, and whatever. So how do you tape? Doing a clock with RBO is actually rather fucky, because as I explained a bunch of times already, signals like die after a certain amount of pistons. So the easiest and most uncomplicated clock is actually just 3 of them powering each other. But that's just that works for like specific reasons, which is like it's like 2 extended at the same time, but like 2 unextended at the same time. So it's really just like 1.5 extended and 1.5 unextended at the same time. So if you don't want to rely on 3D geometry and you just want to make a too high clock, or like a non-stupid clock, because that breaks if you extend the arms, you want to make sure you pretty much don't really build a clock. You build a monostable which inverts back on itself. And what I mean by that is we should probably. Okay, I'll do a demonstration down here real quick. Basically, you have this monostable, which is long, and you invert that into another monostable, which is like long. You see? So we have one monostable which holds a monostable on for a bit. And that will then, when the signal dies, it actually creates a new signal, which then dies to create its original signal. And you can do this with just one monostable if you invert properly. So, for example, this is completely improved. This should also work. Because, yeah, no, we need more extended pistons for this. So, like, we need the invert, obviously. Yeah, so, like, it's a bit fucky, and because of signals dying out, which is the technique we also use on the 1/5x5, is we abuse the fact that normal pistons can't one-tick. So sticky pistons can one-tick, normal pistons actually can't one-tick. They also can't zero-tick, because, or like they can zero-tick, but if they have a block, the block doesn't zero-tick. Again, Space will have an aneurysm in the comments because my explanation is totally wrong. But like, if you one-tick a normal piston, that is just a normal extension, which takes the whole 2 game ticks plus the 1 phantom game tick to update pistons due to like the tick order and the queue and the scheduled block event. Doesn't matter. Basically, having clocks is rather hard, and we are going to do it anyways. So we have a downwards piston going into these 2 updater pistons, and on top of this is an updater piston, and on top of that is our clock. So we have this thing which is permanently extended. Can't have that there because there will be redstone blocks in this place eventually. Right here. And next to this is actually already our falling edge. So here's our falling edge. And then this falling edge will go back in on itself like so. by powering this normal piston. And this normal piston will slide over a slider. I mean, what else is there to slide over? I mean, there are a lot of things that could slide over, like a singular piston, I guess, and then I wouldn't call that a slide. And that will go back into this guy. So it will also power itself. So if we start this, and, you know, just don't fuck this up as I just did. If we power this, if we place this piston right here, what will happen is the piston will extend the thing. The thing will, as soon as the piston starts to extend, the entire monostable collapses. Which, if this is a sticky piston, this will one tick the thing, and we can't have that, because if this one ticks, then this piston will like extend. Basically, you need to have a normal piston right here to create this clock. And if we place, okay, I guess it does work with sticky piston. Forget what I said. But you need to have this normal piston right here, because if this is a sticky piston, then okay, it has nothing to do with the fact that these are normal pistons. But I assure you it does have on the 1.5x5, because on the 1.5x5 we just have infinite chains of these, and these will die out, as I already showed like a million times. But having a bunch of these sliders in a row with normal pistons doesn't actually kill the signal, because as I said, the normal pistons don't actually retract signals. Like don't actually one tick, so it will always like try, like it will never die out if it reaches fastest tick thing puzzle. Anyway, so we push this out with just another tape, and this is our toggle, because the tape needs to ideally like turn itself off when it reaches a certain spot, because once again you want to simplify everything as much as you can, because otherwise you're just going to like commit suicide doing these. So we want to come back to here, and we're going to finish the rest of the tape before we build the auto detection. So off of this we want to have an extended piston, and another extended piston, and another extended piston, an unextended piston, and that goes into a downwards piston. Goes into this updater piston, and yeah, do the thing. So what this does is it pushes this. Remember, we are on a 2-arm monostable, because the rest of the arm doesn't count. We have one extender here, one extender there. This is one unextended, this is one unextended. This one will one tick if it could, but it's a normal piston, so it doesn't. And then all of these collapse instantly. So this piston and this piston extend simultaneously, and then after that 2 more piston ticks, and then we're going to push this over. So what this does is it pushes this one over, and then pushes this one over, and that's this side of the tape. Let me just reset this. And then from here we also want to power this, and that will go down into this slider. Because once again, this normal pistons don't actually kill or let the signal like starve to death, and actually I'm starving to death. You want to come to here, 3 behind the wall. The second one is the redstone block. This has an updater piston right here, and the thing. This is extended. This is a rising edge, even though it shouldn't be, but that's because the arm gets up. Like when the thing fires, just you know, there you go. So the thing updates, and Yeah. The reason for that being, so in a scenario like this, this wouldn't actually happen. But because we have a block on the top of this, what happens is, if there's nothing here, what happens is the redstone block gets pushed over, and then when it's here, we'll update the piston. So the piston actually never realizes that the block has turned into block 36 from here. However, if we have a thing right here, what happens is the block will turn into block 36, and then this block will turn into block 36, and then when the whole pushing is done, this block will manifest, updating the piston, and then this block will manifest, causing the piston extending it. So that's why this doesn't work, and this does. Or something along those lines. Space will probably be fuming in the comments. Anyways, back here we once again just use the thing to update itself. And then down here we have our convenient like pseudo for it is a falling edge at this point. It's because this keeps it on, this will also keep it on, and then this will leave, and then this will update that, which is still butted from here. But this redstone block is still here, and this redstone block is just left, and the arm will update the piston, so when the piston starts retracting, this falling edge will fire. And we have a 3 long arm, which goes into these 2 inverts, which will then power that one. And that is the entire tape done. This will tape endlessly if we let it run and make sure that this guy isn't being powered like so. That is lava. I don't want that. That is also lava. I also don't want that. Yeah. If we let this run now, just enable the tape. See, it tapes nicely. And we want to stop it right here. So, reason for that, how do we do that? Well, that's exactly why there are 2 pairs of redstone blocks right here. Because, one too many, one too few. So, that's the reason why there are 2 redstone blocks right there. Let me just quickly figure this out. Normal piston, yes. The reason why there are 2 redstone, like 2 pairs of redstone blocks placed like this, which is also the reason why the tape is shaped like this, and the other tape is shaped in a completely different way. So we use the second pair. Pretty much we use the second pair of redstone blocks to stop the first pair of redstone blocks where they belong, and then the ones which we actually use to power, like these 3 are the ones which we will extend and abuse during the opening. These will fire the so hold on. First things first. We have this AND gate or NAND, not AND gate, inverted AND gate. Hold on. Pretty much when these, yeah, it's an AND gate. When this one is right here, and then the last thing happens. We have an AND gate which checks if both of these are here. And then we go down. This is still like 1 monostable technically. Go under the floor, and then we go up this way, I believe. Going up, and no, this one is actually like this, and then we go further up, and then we spiral around like this, and this is all masterfully planned out. No, this was actually still built when it was when there was infinite room. So if we let this run again, like this. If we let this run again, the reason why we stop the tape like this, by the way, is because I don't actually know when this when this tries to extend. So pretty much I don't know if this piston is powered or unpowered by the time we try to turn off the tape. So even if it's powered, the next time it will unpower, it will be disabled. So this is just like not a dead man switch, but like you will turn off when I want you to turn off, or you will turn off on the next cycle without breaking the thing during the current cycle. So this is the enabler, and then the clock will start clocking. And these are our redstone blocks which we want, and they will go there. These are our helper redstone blocks which will help us stop the tape in time. And you can see that right here. So the bottom right will turn off the tape right now, after some like travel time, because remember all of this adds some delay, and or like it doesn't add delay, but like, you know, so we stop the tape, right? And the reason we stop the tape late is because, as you can see, this one ticks. This one ticks every time the redstone blocks come through here. And so this was one delayed because it's complicated. It's I don't want to explain this right now. So we stopped this helper redstone stopped the redstone blocks where I wanted them to stop. Great. And the redstone blocks which I want to stop right here will stop the tape when it's in the reset position. So this whole tape layout is super math based, where it's not super math based, you know, but the distance between the position we need the tape, you can see now it's retracted and the redstone block stopped right here instead of one further. The position which we want the redstone blocks to the position where we want the redstone blocks to stop right here needs to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It needs to be 6 blocks away from our redstone blocks, and those redstone blocks also need to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks away from the helper redstone blocks. So yeah, we have the same distance of blocks between the position in our blocks as well as our helper redstone blocks, which kinda already limits the way the tape can look, right? Because for example, right here we are forced to have ceiling blocks in the ceiling, duh, which is the exact reason why the other tape, which we will build right now, and this can't look like that looks, mainly because the redstone blocks will go under this guy and that will fuck around with the lava, and I don't want to do that. So also we have pistons now inside the tape, and oh my god, we can't push them over, and you know, just your average mental breakdown, above average mental breakdown, since we're dealing with Redstoneblock-Only. And then one more of this, and our helper redstone blocks are actually split in half on this side. So get cyan, and then this with an air block right here. Yes. So this tape is shaped like this, which is like, as I commented way earlier, like a long line instead of like an O shape, because over here this was built first. You can just have it like this, and okay, so another reason why these are shaped like this is because, once again, we are directly conflicting with the room of these inputs to all of this. So this side has different inputs than this side, even though they're updating the exact same, like, triples. Presumably because I need fast input, and I need a slow input, and I need also a singular input to this, and not the like pair of these two. So stuff. So the next issue is, like, the input to this will bud this stuff and this stuff, so I can't have that butt each other, and like that's another reason why these are shaped differently. Over here we have 6 blocks between the position where we need to be and the redstone blocks, as well as our helper redstone blocks, and this just doesn't matter. And on the other side we actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 blocks between the thing and the thing, and then over here we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then our helper blocks. So once again we have the exact same difference between rotations we need to do to get to where we want, and difference between helper redstone blocks and the thing. Because the helper redstone blocks need to end up in the starting position of the actual redstone blocks, because the starting position of the actual redstone blocks is where the circuit stoppers are, where the tape stoppers are. Yeah, so that's why the tape is shaped like this. You want to make sure that these blocks are like the ceiling is actually filled in a bit, so the tape doesn't actually, because we're pushing like pistons through the, and this is like more than enough. Because we are pushing pistons through the tape, and there's stuff above the, like there's stuff right here, you know. Not right there, but like there's stuff right here and right here. So we are pushing piston through this, and we can't have the pistons pushed. So make sure the entire 5 ceiling columns are filled in with blocks, or you put obsidian there if you want air. If you want air, you need to have obsidian in like these spots. So the pistons in the tape don't extend, breaking the tape, breaking everything. You'll figure this out, trust me. And as well as having the ceiling filled in, you need obsidian right here in these 2 spots. You need obsidian right there in the open air corner. You need obsidian right here. You're going to need an updater piston right here, because when the redstone blocks come through here, they will bud up on the opening. They will bud this top piston and never update it again afterwards. So this guy will actually extend, and then without this updater piston, will just stay extended forever until you do the closing, in which case it extends again. So you want an updater piston, so the top piston actually realizes that the helper redstone blocks have passed by and then retracts it. And then make sure the ceiling is filled in, right? The lava doesn't actually matter. We stop it in this place. You want an obsidian right there for obvious reasons. And then there's our thing right here. But behind this piston is also another obsidian, because well, the redstone block right there will push that, you know, stuff. And then also one right there. Because that's all the places the pistons within the tape would get butted, and yeah. So normal piston right there, normal piston right there, and then a normal piston right there. Yeah. So over here we have a 2-corner filled tape with 2 air corners in the back, and over here we have a 2-corner filled tape with the two. Okay, so here we have, like, you see how this corner and this corner is directly hardwire connected, and those 2 have the blocks. So this one just does A, B, and this one has to do A, B. So it's if we look at it like this, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, and over here, if you look at it like this, it's 1, 2, 3, 4. Pretty much the main issue is we don't have the blocks stuck in opposite corners, and that makes the tape, like, oops, a bit more complicated. Anyways, so this guy, right? You want to power it from here. And that wants to be powered from here, and that one will be powered with an invert right here, like so, because this actually comes from here. Once again, hardwiring as many things as possible to each other, so we have to worry about as little things as possible. So when we fire this one extends, that one extends. Unlike the other side, where we first had this guy extend and then this guy extend, after that one is returned. Anyways, you want a piston right here and a sticky piston. This is important that this is a sticky piston, even though it's a slider, and unlike that one where I exited, where apparently it doesn't even matter, this one does matter because we are hitting the push limit right here. We are hitting the push limit to the redstone block here. So just to demonstrate, if we have this right here, this won't push. But if we grab our last block, we will push. So same thing as this orange right there. Yeah, why do we want to abuse the push limit this extremely? Well, simply because this is way too nice to not do. If you have your piston directly aligned like this, it's like a mess to actually get to, you know. We're not even doing that. We're powering this to there, which is just convenient. And here we have our instant off, which is pretty much the same as this three-dimensional one from orange. Yeah. From this guy, you also want to come down here. Now this is a bit weird. We want to place an updater piston under this and then go down just to go up again. And once again, that's just because there's just no other way to get like off the grid onto the grid of this guy to power that guy. Because once again, there are literally like redstone blocks right here. You know, that's just how it works. So that's how the mafia works. So that's our tape. If we fire this, if we pulse this guy, the tape will tape, and yeah, the actual tape monostable. Oops, shouldn't have done that. You didn't, yeah. There we go, should be fixed. This one, because we blocked all the obsidian, we hopefully blocked off all the correct spots for obsidian, actually doesn't matter that we pseudo broke it. Anyways, this right here, make sure that's a sticky. Are you a sticky? You are a sticky. God, while what am I looking at is so good for redstoning. I don't understand why people don't use it. So this is a monostable. Once again, we have a 2-arm pulse going into the actual tape part, and then once again we have our thing going here, going into our thing right here, going into our thing right here, and this right here is our actually hold on, yeah. So we have our slider right here, like so. A redstone block, glass redstone block, glass, and then a thing, and then a thing, and then we just need to unhard lock the entire thing. And there we go. If we fire this, the tape should tape. The tape is not taping because I forgot this piston. I'm stupid. Yeah. So. There we go. This tape is now taping, and as you can see, the tape is rotating nicely. And we'll just stop right here, where the helper blocks are, where the normal redstone blocks are supposed to start. And you can actually tell it's the helper blocks because it has the glass inside. I'm gonna prepare to break the loop. Perfect. So once again, we turn this off automatically. Like fuck. You were supposed to fire, and now everything's fine. So our auto detection this time is actually down here. So we have 2 updater pistons, and then our AND gate right here, which goes like this, goes down through an updater piston into this guy, into this guy, into this guy, into this slider, which slides up this piston out of the loop. And this one actually had to be timed properly because unlike there, where we have the tape piston and the disabler touching, So the turning off would update the block disabler to unblock the disabler to actually disable. Here it's actually I actually had to time this, but this is an issue because the AND gate is right here. So it's a lot closer. We don't have to worry about spiraling up anywhere, you know, stuff. This one actually has a second enabler for later, which will become important in like a couple of hours, maybe. Actually, not that many hours. It's like the first thing we do on the closing. But first, I need to explain the opening. First thing we need to explain. First, I need to explain the opening X. So maybe it will be another like 2 hours before we get here. Just place the person right there for later. And that's our disabler. And if we enable the tape, this should stop where it has to stop, which is coming up right there. Perfect. And then if we fire this again, this should just stop where it has to stop. And there we go, tape stop, and everything is how it's supposed to be. This tape is actually slightly faster than the other tape, I think. Not sure on that. Might be, hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 versus 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, same speed. But if you look at the position of the redstone blocks, red, we have a couple of more blocks right here, but the detector is right here, right here in front of the, you know. The issue is so if you look at this tape, right? This tape will have to rotate around a third, right, before stopping where I wanted to stop, and then 2/3 to close, like to reset. This one, however, will have to do the opposite. These redstone blocks were these redstone blocks from here back to here. It's like so long because the actual physical tape has more blocks. So even if we fire these simultaneously, the other one will, this one will be faster on the first cycle when getting the redstone blocks to where we need them. The other tape will be faster resetting to hide to vanished state, which kind of sucks, but you know, I already maxed out speed on pretty much everything I could reasonably do, so whatever. So these are the tapes. I want to probably memorize this block for later. I don't know, like this, I guess. Yeah, that's the tapes. Now let's quickly build the inputs to these triples before actually explaining how anything works, which I maybe should have done at the very beginning when doing the layout, but we are an hour 58 minutes into this and mistakes were made. Lessons were learned, lessons will be forgotten before I do the next 8-hour tutorial. Yeah. So you want to come to start with the big ass yellow slider and the vertical tape disabler, I guess. So what we need right here is two really quick, two quick triples to these guys. So you want to have these inputs, right? Like so. And we're going to build a circuit like right here, which this piston, if you power it, it will unpower all of these and fire this. So what this does, right, if we copy it over here, we have our extended piston, we have our actual input piston, we have two extended pistons, and we have this guy. And then we have our triple right here. So as I showed when we built the thing, we want these two wanting. So, and that's exactly what that does. So all of these extended pistons retract simultaneously, meaning this piston and this piston fire simultaneously, meaning this piston fires with these two pistons, and that means they will just be as fast as it can get. You see, this one 0 ticks, 1 game ticks. I'm not sure. This is one tick, 1 redstone tick, piston, 0 piston block drop. Fuck, you know. So this is our fast circuit, and for our slow circuit, we are going to build a slightly different input, which is pretty much the exact same. Which first, let's quickly finish building this before I forget again, unlike with the bottom orange. Like so, to extend it, and then our dummy piston going into both these at the same time. So this thing is light blue, light green terracotta, lime terracotta, I guess, and under it is yellow terracotta. That will be the color coding I'll use on the explanation, and yeah. So these are our lightning inputs, or lightning extensions, which will one-tick everything. And then on the left of this, we actually want a couple of slow extensions. So, yeah, you want to come to these and once again build our 3 pistons. But now we actually want to separate them out by an extra unextended piston. So instead of going 0, 1, 1, we are going 0, 2, 4. So the way we're doing that is we once again have our input right here. And this one will be a dark blue terracotta. No, dark blue terracotta is above it. This is not light gray terracotta. And this thing goes up to here, up 1, back down again. So this, as you can see, this is 1 unextended piston, and this is 3 unextended pistons, and then for the last one we are going to have like this. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 unextended pistons. 6 doesn't actually matter because we have an extra extended piston right here, which cancels each other out. Which, okay, it doesn't cancel each other out on the delay, it actually just cancels each other out on the pulse length, but ignore that. Doesn't really, like, the timing of this is slow on purpose. And the reason for that is if we quickly copy dark blue terracotta 2 blocks above it this time. Like I said earlier, we want so if you look at this red, this will power both of these, and this will power both of these, and this will slow power both of these. But for the last time, we only want to power. We need an input which only goes into the top slider, which is why there are these updater pistons right here. And yeah. So this one looks slightly different. The reason why this goes up for no fucking reason, which was like one of the, I think that was actually the last bug fix I did. Because this redstone block in okay, hold on, let's first build this, then everything will make sense. So originally this thing looked like exactly like this. This once again here to dodge this redstone block, which is why the bottom is like slower than it needs to be. This originally just looked like this, convenient. But if this redstone block were here, so right there, that would bud this, and that will actually break the. This will break on the light gray iron pulse, because while this is happening, the tape is taping furiously. So having this here would break the tape in like. Doesn't, okay, so it doesn't break the tape technically. It will push out a block over here, and that will be one of these glass blocks, I think. No, wait, this is through. One of these glass blocks will get pushed out of here, and the tape slows down by half. So the tape goes down to half speed because currently there are 2 corners filled, and the tape is designed around pushing 2 filled corners around. If there's suddenly only 1 pushed corner, then like 1/2 of the tape is absolutely nothing each cycle, and it switches which side doesn't do anything, because so this one expects a block, but this one doesn't actually have a block. So it does a phantom fire, which means that this one does a phantom. You know, if you know about tapes, you know what I mean. The tape just slows down to half speed and loses a block. That's not actually breaking the door, it just makes it slow as fuck. But since the rest of the opening is linked to when this tape finishes. So the rest of the opening is actually connected to this piston right here, because once again we just connect everything to everything. Where like as long as it works, we're connecting everything to anything. So this piston actually fires the rest of the closing, which is like light blue part 2 and everything. So because this fires when the blocks are in place, and then the other tape fires when the stuff is moving out of the way. That will actually cause issues. It won't cause issues. You need a slightly different modified orange circuit to fix that, or you just you know, stop this from happening by just doing the fucky up, which... Why am I saying all of this? I'm not going to show it to you. I just want to like tell you that it's an issue to make you understand that I had to suffer through it, because like 2 hours 5 minutes in, you are suffering with me. I hope. I mean, I don't hope you're suffering. I hope you're enjoying this, because otherwise this was like the ultimate waste of time. Are you okay? Yes, you are. Because this tape actually fires this tape is connected to orange part 2, which is the thing which I said has the color in my head, but no actual color in the thing over here, which was this line going. So you can see this is the AND detection from the tape, and that goes disabling the tape, but it also goes through here, firing orange final, opening final. So because this tape is not slowed down by a factor of 2, and this tape is slowed down by a factor of 2, opening final will fire at a just barely possible timing to not break. Because what opening final is, opening final pushes down the redstone block sliders, so these things, in the side. And that interferes with the that could in theory fuck up the tape, because of some pistons connected to them interfering with other stuff. And I should, you know what, don't forget about it, but let's just move on, because otherwise, you know. And this thing, as you can see, so this was the lightning, where we fire these pretty much right after each other with no delay, and oops, and that one ticked all of them. And what we're doing instead is this with 3, and then was there another one? Yes, there were to extend it. Yes, you were right here, and you were right there. Wait, hold on, this goes off of this guy and that. So this is the non-lightning, and that just casually 2 ticks this, and then 3 or 4 ticks this. Whatever. That's just used to when we not want to 1 tick. When we not want the slider to 1 tick the stack quint, the quints. These guys, and forgot to place these doubles. There we go. So there's our inputs on this side, And then on the other side, we have, we're going to maneuver around this shit. And the inputs were actually built before this tower, so I basically just built the input and then start wiring everything. So over here we are going to have our orange terracotta, which used to be stained clay. I don't know why they changed that. Which is the bottom of this guy, but we want a slow extension to the bottom of this guy. Actually, you know what? Let's just start with sponge. So sponge is the very bottom of this. This is actually the most used of the sliders. This will fire 3 times. The other will only fire twice or once, respectively. And we're going to do, you know, these. Once again, we need a slow boy right here. So there we go. So I put the sponge, and then because of this spiral being here, not being able to move it to the other side because light blue will be here, we are going to have a really ugly sponge circuit, which goes up a bit and then up some more and then up some more and then down and then into there. You also want an updater piston right here. So technically, when this tape happens, sponge happens for the last time, and this redstone block can lock this piston and the bottom piston of the tape. When this retracts, meaning this will then holds on the updater piston, meaning that when the sponge is done, it will unpower the tape piston, but the tape piston won't realize because the updater piston never pulls because it was powered by this when it should have. So we need an extra updater piston for the tape, which also conveniently provides an an obsidian right here, which does stuff. Yeah. Anyways, so this is our sponge, and then the middle of the sponge is just as you expect it to be right here. This is our slow boy for the bottom, and then that's actually the only thing right here, because we input sponge from above, so getting down there requires all the space we can get. And then over here we want these two at the same time. So we are pushing stuff into the middle of the 5, even though these ones don't actually count. Like so. And once again, we want our classic slow boy setup. So like this, with the out and the in and the out and the in, and let me just once again avoiding the redstone block. Avoiding the redstone blocks going down here neatly, and this one also needs a thing. Don't worry about this bud doesn't matter, because once again this is yellow. This will only fire during the closing when this doesn't do anything, and at the start of the opening when this hasn't done anything yet. So that bud can be ignored. This is, oh god, I think this was orange and light blue was above it. So this is orange, and then light blue is sitting... of course it hit the glass. Light blue is sitting 2 blocks above it and is the exact same circuit. Because we don't have to worry about the thing budding anything, you know. Yeah, this arm is also here, and this and this. Now you see why this tower is so like awfully shaped, because we had to get down through this hole without powering any of these pistons, which requires the redstone block to be basically pretty much in exactly this spot, and from there I can read it down through like other places, while also needing like monos like going around the tape and shit. And okay, so we have our 3 inputs over here, and we have our 4 inputs over here, Now it's time to actually get to the opening, which I will just align myself real quickly and move like a couple hundred blocks. Not a couple hundred, move like a couple blocks this way, and then we'll do sham load opening underscore demo, and paste that in, and here we are. I just schematic this over from Synergy. Yeah, so this is the entire opening, wired out in buses, you know, like the thing people used to do back in the day before compact doors were like, before you were good, before you hardwire anything complicated, you usually just build out input lines, which we call bus. That's like a computer term, it's not actually the transportation method. And yeah, so as you can see here, this was the old light blue design. This is actually the light blue design, which gave the depth of the layout of the footprint. So the whole footprint, the whole door size happens to be like a really weird like cuboid, which is 23, 37. So the 23 wide were the result of the sliders being like this and then having the input behind them, because I didn't want to bother butting with a double piston extender from above. And I can power it from here because of this piston, so that's 23 wide. And then for 23 high, at the bottom we're limited by the input, obviously. And at the top we are limited by... Technically, this could be one lower, but powering it like this is just way too convenient to not do, so it's 23 high. And then the 37 depth were the fact that I originally had light blue bus out, like input out like this, which just caused so many problems, mainly because we have so many unextended pistons in a row, meaning our monostable needed to be so long. But that would then cause problems because the middle has like 1, 2, 3, 4, while the outer ones have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, which then caused some other problem, and whatever. This just caused infinite problems, so I didn't stick to this, but this was the original reason why the footprint is 37, like, deep. And obviously, I designed everything around that, so for example, the snake goes right into the corner. So when I realized I had to undo that, I just stuck to this footprint, figured it would be a funny size to do, because 23, 23, 37, barely under 20k blocks, like 19 and a half, nice to remember. So I just kept the footprint and moved on, and it barely works out with this footprint, so you could probably cut like 2 from the front and the back, but that would require rewiring 95% of this. So if this is a record you want to hunt, go ahead, I don't care. So yeah, this is the extract. You can see we have our slow boy right here, we have our slow sponge right here, which is still like misshaped horribly. Tape's in place, but not really. We have our tape down here, which I you know, this actually still buds the... right, the tape actually looked different at this dev stage, whatever. We have our 2 slow boys right here, we have our 2 lightnings, right, like fast boys right here. As you can see, we have our yellow, our lime, our dark blue, our not light gray terracotta. And then over here we have a light blue and our orange, and then we have a dark blue. This dark blue goes to these 3 pistons, which is the slider, if you remember. I should probably place a memory block right there. That's our dark blue, and then for the last thing, that's just our sponge, which goes down there, which is our slow boy, which is misformed. So, yeah, so what happens on the opening, on the top, right? We have our first stage of the opening, which is this thing, and what this thing does is it fires the dark blue, which simulates the closing, so dark blue is already extended at this point, so we can ignore this. And then it fires light green and yellow in quick succession, pretty much as fast as they allow us to. And what that does is that. So you saw we these are permanently extended on the actual thing. These get pushed over, one ticking the entire row, holding the last. These get pushed over quickly, one ticking the first two, holding the last. And now we fire the tape, which is why we have this gap here, which says tape here. And tape here just, I mean, that's self-explanatory. Oh my god, TV, can you like not do this? Goes and then we fire the tape, and the tape importantly moves a piston into this position. Moves the redstone blocks in position without updating the bud, because we need to one tick this to get our pistons to here, and then our pistons will be budded by the redstone blocks in these positions right here, and that's why yellow over here says Quint bud update during opening, because yellow, this slider will push over the redstone block from this, which holds the redstone block, to this, which holds the redstone block, to these three singles. And these three singles will, pretty much this top one, will update this piston and will make the piston realize that it's budded. So I'll simulate that with a fucking comparator clock, because I didn't actually wire this up properly. For a moment, for a certain time, I actually thought, okay, hey, the lava decaying will update the piston. That would have been super nice, and it can work out. I have a modified timing for that. But then I realized lava flows faster in the nether, so this wouldn't work in the nether. So for the nether, you definitely need a manual bud update. And I just wanted to make this tutorial nether proof, because that would be super fucking stupid if you have a door which only works in a dimension now. Because I think this is the, I mean, okay, any lava-based door is like dimension locked, I guess, by lava. But anyways, to make this work in the nether, we need a manual bud update, which I will simulate with this because I didn't bother hardwiring it at the time. And now we're going to fire the entire rest of this. And I will let this play out, and then we will talk about what happens, right? So there we go. And then right here, the tape would actually be moving. So for the last pulse, these wouldn't actually be here. And that does that the last pulse actually retracts all of them back into the ceiling, which is what we need. So if I can show that again to you. So there we go. These one tick them all into position. And then the tape happens, which I manually just placed. The comparator clock. Yep. And then you see why this package right here had to be in slow, and then they extend, and then yeah, these just go away, and we do this. So yeah. You can see that the lightnings actually need a work off of a shorter pulse than the other slow boys, because remember, the lightning only has 2 unextended pistons in a row at any given time, 3 I guess, so 1, 2, 3, while the slow boys have like what, 6 or 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, yeah, 7. So our monostables reflect that, the slow boys being 1, 2, 3. And because we don't want these guys to 1 tick red, so we need an extra on the monster. And the other ones have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 because we have these unextended pistons. We have these extended pistons in here, which will once again fuck with the length to re-add them. So we give 6 to this. We actually get 7 out of this, so this is 6. Give 7 out of this, still 6. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And then death in this piston, which this can just 1 tick, it doesn't matter. Yeah, and that's why you also see Sponge being 1 longer, because Sponge being misformed horribly, having 1 less extended piston to balance out to counteract the single decay. It's just 1 longer. So yeah, we have our monostables. We're going to put these exact monostables over there in like different shapes, but the length of the monostables will be the exact same. And then we are going to talk about this, right? So let's first talk about light blue, which is the double piston extender redstone block control. What you saw the Redstoneblock-Only Center control do is a full extension and then a half retraction. So the Redstoneblock-Only Center does this. It extends out as fast as it can to one tick the pistons right here, and then chills to wait for the butt update, and then retracts the butt update, and then right, it retracts the so we are in this position. We one tick past these, do the butt update, retract this to grab, we re-extend this, and then we do a full retraction to then let this be retracted, just to do a full extension again. And then this will retract into the ceiling. Then we do a full retraction, and then the tape cycles out, and then this will fix itself. So what light blue does is light blue part 1, which is everything from here to here. This looks complicated. It's a mess, trust me. It will be even messier there. We have a full extension right here. So this one takes the top of the double piston extender. This one takes the bottom. So we have the full extension. After a while, we re-grab the bottom for a half retraction. Then we re-extend it for a full extension. And then we do a full retraction of the double piston extender. So that's that. And the light blue part 2, I will be referring to them in exactly this naming scheme throughout the whole building process. So yeah, light blue part 2 is a full extension and a full retraction. And due to the way we have it built over there, or there even, we actually have light blue part 2 on and light blue part 2 off, which will refire. The reason for that is we only have 2 inputs, so and these inputs are one tick based, so we are in the light blue part 2 is pretty much just this, right? So this is the extension, and this one's actually, and then the retraction is this. So we have a full on, which so this is part 1. And then this is, oh fuck, this, and then we do this. That's why this looks super complicated and unnecessarily bad. What have I broken over here? I have broken absolutely everything. Yeah, as you can see here, the one ticking issue is bad. Didn't touch. Okay, perfect. So that's light blue. Light blue will be completely hardwired based on its own. This will do its own thing. It won't do its own thing. So part 1 with the full extension, half retraction, full extension, full retraction, that's completely hardwired to itself. That will work off of itself. That will just do its thing. That's like a huge ass box which sits at the edges of the entire thing. So that entire space and that entire space is occupied by that. And then part 2 is split into 2. So it's split into part 2 on, which is this section, and part 2 off, which is this section. And they will they're separate from each other and will be controlled by like the master snake thing. It's not really a master snake. So part 1 fires part 2, but part 2 refires part 1, which refires part 2 on it, but that doesn't clock endlessly because there's a breaker in there. So but that is connected to pink, because once again everything, like almost everything, is connected to the fucking pink. So light blue does its own thing. Light blue does its own thing completely. Let's worry about the rest of this. So this looks rather messy and complicated, and that's because it is, and there's like no real pattern to this, except there is. So if you look at the lines, so sponge gets fired 3 times, blue gets fired once, because we already have 1 on the closing. Orange gets fired twice, light blue once, lime twice, yellow once, dark blue once, light gray twice. So I want you to look at this and tell me if you can spot a pattern or like a simplification while I take a sip. That was probably really unfair because you didn't understand when shit gets powered. Basically when there's a lower repeater that powers the bus under it. So the simplification is gold and silver. So what ends up happening if you follow the signal around is that orange, light gray, blue, and sponge, so right here, pretty much right here. So from here to there, replace red wool, gold block, and U2 and U2. So this and this and yeah, just you. So this is gold. Why is this gold? First off, it's easy to hardwire because 3 of the 4 circuits are relatively close to each other. And secondly, this repeats. If you look at this, we do part, so on the opening we fire, we do the thing, we wait for the tape, and after the tape we start light blue part 1, which does its own thing. We fire light blue. Light blue does its own thing, don't worry about that. And then we wait for like a thing, we wait for the thing to be in position. Then we fire sponge once. And then we enter gold after a bit more delay, because the whole delay is, it's not this much delay over there, because light blue is just slow as fuck in the demo, and the actual thing light blue is a lot faster. So when light blue part 1 reaches a certain point, we fire gold. What does gold do? Gold does orange, turn off dark blue, fire light gray, and fire sponge. And if we go back, go to the next time orange is fired, which is right here. Replace pink wool gold block and U2. So if we go to here, what do we have? We have orange, we have light gray. Oh, we have light gray again after an orange, you say? And after the light gray, we have a sponge. So these are actually completely identical. Just dark blue is missing from the second gold, but that's not an issue. Right here, dark blue is a toggle, because that's just for the demo purposes. Over here, if you remember, like pointed out twice already, this is a slider. This happens during the closing, and if we fire this twice during the, if we fire this slider twice during the opening, it doesn't matter. The second one doesn't do anything, so we can just hardwire that onto there without like causing any issues. So what we have here is orange, light gray, sponge, and later we have orange, light gray, sponge. So bam, we have a simplification. This is gold. We fire gold twice. So as I said, we need to make sure we connect everything to anything we can and reuse anything we can, like as much as we can. So we now have cut down the complexity from one really weird, complicated sequence to a sequence where we have a macro mini pseudo sub series, which we can fire twice, and then some fucky stuff in the middle. And the fucky stuff in the middle is actually also a simplification, because this is iron. And why is this iron? Because, I mean, it's just 3 pulses. So we fire light blue, and then we fire dark blue, and then we fire lime, and then we fire gold again. So gold boils down to orange, light gray, sponge. Dark blue is somewhere in the middle, doesn't really matter. Iron is light blue, dark blue, and then we fire lime and gold again. So because iron leads to gold, we can make the 4 random pulses like their own thing. to wire back into gold. That's on paper. In the actual thing, iron doesn't exist. Iron is like just different arms off of those circuits. So imagine if we have two lines running like this, if we just imagine repeaters wearing like things, right? So instead of iron being powered like as an actual hardwired circuit, what iron instead does, it like leeches one off here, one off a thing, one off here, and then these off here. And like, you know, iron just grabs, iron doesn't even exist as a physical thing. Iron is just a theoretical construct on paper to like bring any sort of sense into this shitfest. So with these two simplifications found, we only need to actually physically build two things. Well, three things. We need to build light blue completely. We need to build gold. And iron is scattered all over the place in like 50 fragments, doesn't matter. But we need to build iron's gold refire, pretty much. So that's that. I hope this explanation made any sort of sense. The main takeaways you should have is light blue does its own thing, which you can see because it's separated from everything. Besides this, which just restarts it because right there's actually the end of the light blue part 1, and then here we start light blue part 2. So blue does its own thing, and then we do gold, then we do some random stuff, and then we do gold again. So we only need to wire blue, gold, and the random stuff, which is three things. We now have a clear goal in front of our eye, which is 3 circuits which we know will do our sequence. And we have a sequence. This is probably the more important part. We have a fucking sequence. We know we have a goal to work off, because otherwise this was a mess. And this was actually all done in those 2 18-hour sessions. So before the 2 18-hour sessions, I pretty much only had the closing. I exactly only had the closing and the inputs you see right there. So I only had the I pretty much had this entire thing without any above the buses. So I just had the monos tables, the input wired. And I had to figure out the sequence, the simplification, and the hardwiring in the actual thing in those 2 18-hour sessions, and it was exhausting, and I don't know how I did that. So, yeah. Let's start with light blue, because, again, light blue does its own thing, so we can build light blue, and the other stuff is like a complete mess, so we don't have to worry about that for now. Let's just do light blue. Has like its isolated thing. So you want to come to the input side and come to your hosting steps right here, and we are going to build redstone blocks like this. And that's not actually what's there. This one is right. Actually, yes, that is right here. We have an updater piston right here to update the bottom of the redstone block doubles when it's in the floor, and this one also needs power. So the way we do that is just by having a piston right there with a updater piston right there. And the reason for that is we can easily fire these two like this, and fire these two simultaneously, and then fire the rest from here with no updater piston needed, because these ones will update these anyways. This one has an updater piston on top, because we fire this from over here, and good thing there are no pistons in this tape, you know. We have a thing right here to go into this guy, and these guys are powered from here, convenient placement of the piston, and that one just gets powered from here. So now we have simplified the 4 inputs down to just this piston. So when we pull up this piston, I guess we could do that right now. You see these 3 pistons extend, and the updated piston also extends, and then extend this and takes to, you know, a basic thing. So that's our first input to light blue. And you can see this is way shorter than the previous one. Also, like doing pulses, sending pulses through this is rather difficult because, as I explained, these the middle slice only has like a piston less than the outer slices. So if we want to one tick pistons in here, we actually need to one tick these guys. But two ticking these is actually impossible because if you want to two tick the top pistons, the middle piston will get two ticked and the outer pistons will get three. The middle piston will get three ticked and the outer pistons will get two ticked due to the extra thing. So this causes infinite problems, and I just get around that by doing this. Because if you count this, we actually have 1, 2, 3, 3 here, but we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here and 5 here. But that doesn't matter because this one extending doesn't actually do shit because it's budded and only updated by this guy. Oh my god, smart design. Yeah. And then for the top, we have an updated piston right here because, of course, we are butting them through this, and we need to go even further up because problems occur to update our pistons. I only need one, but I like I like the symmetry right there. And then this is only an updated piston, and that nicely simplifies to just this one piston right here. So from this one piston, we can control the entire top row, and then from this one piston right here, we control the entire bottom row, which is like the bottom and the middle simultaneously. So, yeah. And let's get messy. Let's get real messy, okay? So we go out right here, up one, with an updater piston, like so, into a downwards piston with a thing, because this right here is our falling edge. So this one will one tick the top of the thing. So you see these one ticked, and we permanently extend the thing. And then if we do that again, it will obviously undo that. And then if we that would grab. And for this guy, the monostable looks super fucking ugly. We have an updater piston right here because this would fuck around with the tape, because once again all of this is like happening simultaneously with the tape at one point or another, or just at one point when at the very end part 2 is offing for the last time when the tape's already started, because of the time it takes to get to places, you know. Anyways, so we have an extended piston. We have an updated thing right now, and then we pull that out from back here. Oops, and that just gets powered from over here, and then this guy gets powered from back here. And I told you this would be a mess. Go back down here, and this is our falling edge right there. So these are our two inputs for the thing, you know. So like this, not actually like that, because we'll place stuff on top of it. So if we power this, the top will extend. If we power this, the bottom will give a short pulse. Not actually a one tick, but a short pulse. Pulse long enough for the redstone blocks in this position to actually update these and not actually one tick them. Same thing goes for when retracting. When we are in this position, we need to when we are in this position and this, if we do this, if we fire this guy, you see that's just long enough for this guy to extend, retract, and then this to do the retraction of the thing which we need. That's just resetting though. Okay, so now we have our two inputs to the thing, and yeah, now we are going to actually go to the floor level and come out to here, to the edge of the thing. We're going to place another slider. So this piston right here is part 1, pretty much just part 1, doesn't have an on-off. So this is on the floor level and 1 block next to the pink. And we are going to go up to the push limit, over the push limit actually. So let's just go all the way up. Yeah, this is the ceiling. We're going to have a sticky piston, an air block right there, and our redstone block, which we are actually reading. So this redstone block will power this guy, and that guy will power this guy, and that guy will power this guy, and this guy, and this guy, and that then goes down, which is just going to reset the thing, you know? Yeah. We won't actually do anything with this, because in reality we are reading a redstone block on the same level as this redstone block, and that one goes up to this, and to update this one actually updating, you know, it's not actually an issue on the up, it's an issue on the down. So on the down we have another redstone block right here. With update, which goes up like that, and that will update that on the down. So that will go into a thing like this, and that will go over here and up here and here, and now we have like a really weird mess of a thing right here with this guy going back down into this updater piston, because the falling edge is right here. But we will power, the refire would power this from here, so this box is just a mess of a thing, you know. Anyway, so we have our falling edge right here. We are going to arm. No, not to arm, but we're extending its arm. Go up 1, go back down. So once again, our grid alignment is not working out, and there. So we're going to power the bottom of the double piston first, just because again this takes what, 6 pistons to get there, while the top one only takes like 3. So we can fire the top one and then move our signal over through a couple more pistons to this guy. So, oops. So firing this will do the extension. And if you remember, we need to do the extension quick. Doesn't matter. We need to do the extension quick enough so that the top of this will 1 tick. So that was because I didn't pulse it correctly. But you know, trust me on that one. Source, trust me, bro. And you can see that if we refire this, it will do the thing. So, yeah. Onto the refire, because we need to refire this once for the retraction. So, like, okay, so if we do this, like, we get the full extension. And then if we do this again, we get the full retraction, because that's the thing which I showed you with the bottom pulsing after the top one doing the thing. Anyway, so we're going to read this out to the right, left, yes, left. That's the input. That's the front. That is the front. This is the back. The left. So we're gonna read this out to this. Go up and go up this way again, and then we're going to go up a bit more this way. Now we're going to go here, and then we're going to go here, and then we're going to go a bit more here, because first off we need to get on grid again, and we can't go up to go back down again to get off, to get on a better like alignment. And also there's stuff right here for the way back, which I pre-planned in advance to make room for. So we go another piston here, and then an invert, and then our falling edge right here. So that's the falling edge. This would be a dual edge if this wouldn't be here, but it's there, so it's a falling edge. And then we just go all the way back here, do a little thing right there, and go back down, extend this, go back down here sideways, I think. Yeah, and here's the shitty box, which I told you about. So we have this guy and this to update that, but this to update that, and this to update that, and this is a mess, but it works. So this will do the refire. Only once, because it doesn't clock endlessly, because due to the extended chain right here, this will just kill the signal. The signal will starve to death. I think at this piston it will starve to death already. So if we were to do this, so there we go. This piston right here one-ticked, if you noticed. I probably didn't. So if we do this again, so this right here will one-tick on the first one, and then one-tick on the second one. But since it's a falling edge, this becomes a like T-flip-flop falling edge, meaning it only fires every second time. And if you look at the actual thing in the door, you see we get the full extension and the full retraction. And that's everything we want from part 1. I think. Yeah, looks roughly like what my memory tells me. Yeah, moving on to part 2. This is actually the worst. So part 2 for this side is all the way over here. And again, part 2 is split into like 2 things. So you want to come to the floor again and build out pretty much the exact opposite of that guy. And come out to here. So this thing was again on floor level and like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 away from the floor. Why did I get rid of that? I need that. This is part 2 on. Part 2 on, not un. Part 2 un on. That just goes up a bit. And right here. Under this piston we have our downwards piston, we have an air block, we have a redstone block, and the rest is just glass. Part 2 on, which is just holding a full extension, pretty much. Has an updater piston right here, and a thing right here, and right here, and right here. And then we're just going to hard power this piston, which holds, which one takes the bottom, and also this thing, which powers this thing, which goes through this updater piston to power through this updater piston to power this piston to unpower this permanently. So this isn't connected to the falling edge, so this is just permanently on. And that's why that's called part 2 on. And yeah, this just does a full extension by toggling the top to be on, and then holding the bottom. And then shortly after that we're going to fire part 2 off, which undoes the bottom and undoes the lock on the monostable. And then we're going to refire everything. So this toggles top to off, powers the bottom, unpowers the bottom a bit later. And then that's just the entire opposite center. So part 2 off is right next to it. So actually just right there, but a bit more down. So yeah, right here. Here. So like three glass blocks under this guy. And this is part 2 off. Oh, come on. We're going to go up a bit, and we're actually not going to go that far up. This guy right here, next to the piston, has the redstone block, and there's the piston. Sorry, I feel like I have a sneeze coming, and it's just not coming. You know what I mean by that, probably. So here we're going to spiral a bit up. and spiral a bit this way, and spiral a bit down, like so, and so. Right, yeah, so this side an updater piston right there, and right there, and right there. So, because the bottom doesn't actually like zero tick the thing, we need to wait like 2 extra pistons, so we couldn't do what we did on, where the fuck is it? Where are we? Right here. What we did on orange with the 3-dimensional fold, we can't do that here, we need to wait a couple of pistons. And from here, we are simply going to go up some more, go down again. Actually, hold on. There's an invert in here. Then we're going to go down into this, into another invert, into this to push this back down. So this part 2 off. Neat. Yeah. So that's part 2 on and part 2 off for this side. Moving on to the others. Okay, sorry, this is like a mess, but as you saw over here, as I already said, blue just is a mess. There is no way going around this mess. It has to be a mess like this. It's just a mess, you know. Also, like, look at how much air there's still left. We're going to be here for a bit. There's like what, 1, 2, there's like 3/4 left. Just FYI. We're going to build the similar but not similar thing over here. So once again, the piston going down, and updater piston like so. And we're going to power this from here, this from here, this from here, this from here. These are butted. This just rams it under there. Update the thing. Yeah. You want an extra updater piston right here for later, but don't worry about that yet. Yeah. Right. Sorry. This thing. We have this one being powered from here, and you can once again see how everything barely avoids butting each other, because butting is like the worst thing to happen in Redstone, in 3-dimensional Redstoneblock-Only, which is why I mainly do which is mainly why I do 1 high Redstoneblock-Only, because 1 high Redstoneblock-Only doesn't have to worry about butting. And then this guy and this guy. Bam. This is the exact same as the other side, and then the top is also the same as the other side. But that's where the similarities stop, because we're going to build something completely different for this circuit. Mainly because the other shit isn't the same. So we once again go into the triangle and have that piston be our sole input to everything. So that's where the similarities stop. Mainly because, well, for example, this pillar is here, and we can't have light blue part 1 input come up here because there's stuff here. We can't have light blue part 2 come up here because there's stuff here, and we're actually going to have light blue come out. Light blue part 2 come up here, even though there's stuff there because I'm a gene. Okay, I don't know, is this running, like, tell me in the comments, is this running gag even funny, or am I just looking like a fucking narcissistic asshole, or, I don't know. I mean, I am currently pretty much exactly 3 hours into a tutorial without having looked at my notes once yet, so, kinda wanna brag with that. So like that. And, yeah, this is already different. On the other side, this went up 1 and before thing, and then this one is like so fucked. So on the other side, this one was limited by this taping here and sponge. We're not limited by taping here and sponge. That's actually a bit on there. So this thing is folded all over the place, and we're going to abuse every single last bit of space which we have. And by that I don't mean Space the person, who's actually helping me out a lot with my trapdoors recently, because my trapdoors have gone increasingly insane and like insanely technical with like tick precise shit. So Yeah. No, not this one. This one. So, yeah, our falling edge is right here. As I said, we're abusing the space which we have, which is probably a good thing if you want to fold many things into place, because, I mean, what else is going to go into this corner? Nothing. So why not use it for this one? Yeah, so this will actually be pulled out like this from this, and this is our downwards piston. Downwards piston. So, because our inputs look different, because on the other side this one was higher than this one, we already need a completely different lightweight circuit, so fuck me. Yeah. Let's just do this, I guess. So our light blue part 1 input actually comes from here somewhere. Wait, no, this has orange. This has the not orange. Fuck. Alright, yeah. So, we're going to have 3 pillars running up through this snake. So, the first one. The first one is actually part 1, which comes from right here, I think. Yeah, right through this thing. So, yeah. In this corner. So you want to come to this L and go down one more, and then there's our piston. This is our part 1. Part 1, and that just goes up a bit until right here on the level of that redstone block. You have another redstone block, then you have another glass, and then you go up into another like airlock piston, you know. We have an updated piston right here, a sticky piston right there. Sticky piston going to the left. We're going to go down one. We're going to come up here. This is our monostable arm. Not even a monostable arm, I guess. Our monostable sits right on top of this, actually. So right here is the monostable. So this just spirals up a bit for extending the arm, and then it spirals over here, up one, invert, and but update into that guy. So that's how we get the first signal, and once again we vary the bottom signal before the top signal, because the bottom signal takes longer to get there than the top signal, so we have more time to get. So off of this we go sticky piston this way, and 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 this way for powering for pushing the thing back down. Nope. And yeah. This thing just has 2 inverts. Wait, hold on. What? I'm confused. Hold on. I fucked up somewhere. I need to get power to this guy. No, wait, we already have power to this guy. Where? Oh, right. I'm stupid. We just power this guy from. We actually pull this out from. We actually pulled this guy out like this, so this isn't actually the thing. That's my bad. I thought this would be pushed down, but it's not. So that's that guy. And now we only need the refire on part 1, which this actually just like comes off of fuck. I bragged about not having looked at my things, and now I instantly break down. This is not good. Hold on, let me look at my notes. Oh, right, from this thing. So from this thing we go out and go up, and then we just go this way a bit. So 4 pistons like this. This is actually the very edge of the thing. And then on the 4th one we have an invert and another falling edge. And yeah, so the falling edge goes down from here into this, into this, into this, into this. And yeah. Wait, no, that's still not everything. Or is it? Oh yeah, so this is the thing. Yeah, this is the thing which I wanted to build twice already. This goes back down here and over here, and right there, updater piston, and we're going to grab this out of the part 1 input. So this looks like a mess, and that's because it is. And yeah, but it still does the same thing. If we fire this, we should get a full extension and a full retraction. Which we don't, because it goes down into there. Oh lol, I forgot. I forgot the monostable. Yeah, so we have a monostable right here, and now everything makes perfect sense. So get the full extension, and now there's the pulse, and then there's the full retraction. So yeah. Oops on that one. This one, like this half, obviously honestly doesn't make as much sense as this. So over here we have the nice AB, and then we just refire AB after like toggling after firing this again. So on this side it's just a mess. This one actually gets fired 4 times instead of like twice, but it's just light blue, as I said over here twice already, light blue is a fucking mess. There's no way to like not have it be a fucking mess. So yeah, let's not even. It's been over. Yeah, I forgot everything. Like I forgot the very niche details about all of this. So yeah, let's just move on to light blue part 2. Light blue part 2 will join light blue part 1 down here as the going through the snake. In this case we are aiming for this hole right here, and just like on the other side we're going to have 3 glass blocks and then the piston down here. And then we have the part 2 as I did on the other side. And yeah, that just gets pushed up through this hole. 2 more in the redstone block, and then we have our piston, and oops. And yeah. So this is part 2 on, which is rather simple. We just have an updater piston right here. And then we go out like this, and then we go out like this. And then we go out like this, and this is actually our new kind of falling edge. So this is a falling edge, so the bottom piston just does that, right? And then this will just go into another slider because push limit, right? We couldn't actually get it like 3 glass, Redstone block, 2 glass air. The push limit from down here is so big that we couldn't get up here in time. Also, there's stuff here in the way, so there's no real way to get through any of these columns. I guess this one would be open, but this isn't actually open because right here in this space there's even more wiring and circuitry for, I think, gold? Yeah, maybe gold. I think gold. Or something. Anyways, so we have a second slider, and yeah, this slider actually fires itself because we have a monostable on a second slider. So this one can just reset itself. We manually toggle that one off again with part 2 off. So from this one we go out to here, up to here, and just over like that. So this slider resets, and this one doesn't, and we toggle that one if we want to. Onto this slider, I guess. The thing gets pushed up into just this position, and that one fires this one, and this one, and this one, and that one powers this one to break the monostable arm for the bottom input, because we couldn't actually get to that because it's already really claustrophobic in here, and unpowering this piston anywhere else was rather impractical, as well as this one being conveniently lined up to this thing, which is connected to the downwards piston, which I placed way earlier, which confused the fuck out of me. So yeah, this is part 2 on. This just toggles the front one, the top one, and permanently holds the bottom one, just like the other side. And yeah, now we're going to build part 2 off, which is really just turning that off again. I mean, naming schemes, yay. Part 2 off actually goes through this row. So wait, does it? I mean, yeah, it has to. That's like the these are like the only 2 holes. So oh right, yeah, it goes from here because we actually reuse this redstone block. We're going to trigger this. We're going to grab the redstone block out of that guy. We're currently in a closed state. This is open when light blue happens. So this redstone block is where the arm is. So we could just grab that out to fire this. So this is our part 2 off. It's all like relative memory, because I mean it's always relative memory, but like this thing has obviously this thing lacks any like orientation points. Like on the 7x7 cave and funnel, it's like, okay, next I'm going to build light gray. Well, how does light gray start? Light gray just grabs a signal from the comparator on the outside. So I just, from the hopper on the outside. So I just go to the outside, look at it, see a hopper, and instantly remember, oh, right, it starts from here, does that, does that. I don't have anything like that here. Everything looks the fucking same. So, excuse me for my, sometimes, mistaken memory, because, this is 19,500 something blocks. I'm like trying my absolute hardest to remember this. We need an extra redstone blocker here to update this guy, because the bottom will actually lock this, and then we need to power itself, and then we need this guy to update that guy. So that's that one. And then up here we are instantly going into another slider. And this is actually a rather important slider, because we're going to go 4 blocks, 5 blocks, if I could hit the thing. 5 blocks over, a redstone block, and then we're going to place 4 more blocks, so 1, 2, 3, 4. And at the end of this is the air block, followed by our piston, and this slider goes like this because, well, you see, we don't have, we have room here, but this room is technically already taken, because gold is also right here. So, this area is reserved for gold, so, oops, this area is reserved for gold, so, this part 2 off will have to do its thing entirely over here, or rather, like, right here, right around the sliders where part 2 off happens. So also we need to get the signal to over here, because part 2 off actually starts the tape, which makes sense, right? Because part 2 off is the last thing that happens. So when light blue part 2 off is done for the second time, we can fire the tape, and the tape trigger is over here. So we need this signal to get from down there to up there to do there to over here to this. So we just have another slider. How convenient. Almost if the guy who made this was smart. Oh my god, this joke is probably annoying. Updater piston, normal sticky piston, and sticky piston. This will push both of these down. So this will reset part 2 off, and this will turn off part 2 on. And to reset this slider, we just get this over there, over there, over there, and then an updater piston right there. Yeah, and then we will use this pulse for restarting the tape on the opening later. So that's that. There's a convenient air bubble right here, which will be used for the fucking input circuit, by the way. You have to wait another, what are we at, 3 hours, 18? I'm probably gonna wait another, like, 1.5 to 2 hours, maybe 3, till we get to that. Because, as you can see, we're around, maybe halfway done now. So, yeah, you're here for a while with me. Hopefully you're enjoying it so far. If you're enjoying it, or like if you just applaud my suffering, leave a like. Honestly, like I don't ask for likes on like almost any video, except what that one had a like goal for the tutorial. And if this video gets like a good like number, I might do one of these in the future, because like this tutorial is like the worst thing I ever like had the idea to do, because like the amount of prep work, I made like 190 helper screenshots to like in case I get stuck, so I can just open a screenshot and look at stuff, you know. Or I just look at that, but if I look at that, you'll notice. So like honestly, just leave a like. It's been 3 hours and I've only looked at my notes like once, so yeah. Where were we? We did part 2 off, I think, right? Yeah. So we did the slider, and the next thing we're going to do is hardwire gold. So if you remember, we're now done with light blue. Light blue technically still needs part 2 on and off to be connected and clocked, and part 1 to be connected to part 2, but those aren't actually like okay, they are physically connected, but we'll do those later. So for now, let's worry about the macro sub pseudo circuits. So gold is our next thing. It's also the next thing which happens. So I decided, like, cleverly wrote down to do them in this order, to do them in the order which they are activated by. So the thing that happens is all of blue, and then we do an extra sponge. Don't worry about that. And then gold happens. So now we're going to build gold. Gold is on the bottom left corner, so pretty much down here. Right here. And we once again, gold slices up through this right here. But yeah, so you want to come to pretty much that redstone block right there. Pretty much that slice where there's no piston. And you want to go one block in and place a piston, and that's our monostable for gold. So this is gold. I'm going to drop the number 31 right here for no apparent reason, which will be apparent in like later. But before I forget, we have the number 31 and gold. So gold will go around like this, and from here gold splits up into two things, because yeah, I mean it will be obvious. So gold goes down here. Don't worry about this powering, because this will power the thing, but this will also power the thing. But this is pretty much just an ABBA gate, which isn't even necessary. It's just a non-intended side effect of the way I've folded these in 3D space. We want to get to this guy, because this guy is our gold pillar which goes right to this level. Then there's an redstone block, and then there's our piston with air. And we have a second redstone block right there. This one's actually the one which is getting red because if you remember gold from an hour ago or something, gold is orange, dark blue, light gray, sponge. So our gold starts with orange, and orange is back here. That's why I told you to put color notes, sticky notes everywhere, so you actually know what I'm talking about. Because if I tell you to go to that piston with the redstone block, you'll go, ha ha ha, very funny, there are like 1,300 pistons with redstone blocks in this thing. Actually only 1,100 redstone blocks, so that would be impressive, but yeah. So first thing that happens is orange. Orange is right here. Remember, orange needs a 6-armed monostable, and we're going to give orange a 6-armed monostable. So right here actually. So piston down, get fire. This is our roof. This is our falling edge connected to an invert, making it a rising edge. So yeah, we're once again in the corner of the fucking footprint. We have one, we have two, we have three, we have 4, and then we go up for number 5 and 6. So that's our orange monostable done, which pretty much just goes there now. So the next thing in gold, which needs to happen, if you once again remember, is dark blue and our light gray. So if you look at dark blue is actually the easiest part of them, and we will do dark blue later. Let's worry for now about light gray, because yeah, remember when I said ages ago that gold is a convenient like macro pseudo sub bitch circuit, because 3 of the 4 things it needs to do around this corner. Well, there's sponge, there's orange, there's dark blue, but then the fucking light gray is over. It's over here. Why is it? Why are you over here? Yeah. So yeah, that's why gold actually splits into 2 down here. So in general, the bottom is a lot of like nothingness. Like this corner is completely empty. The bottom is really just because all of the hardwired circuits are at the top, pretty much all of them, except for, of course, like the bottom tower. But the bottom tower takes up like the middle of the whole like underground section. So because the top is already filled with like tapes and double piston extender circuits and other double piston extender circuits and double piston extender circuits and input buses and like stacks of quints and shit. So there's pretty much no room in the top to communicate anything to anywhere, which is like a direct neighbor. So the bottom air pocket, I say pocket, but it's more like a giant nothingness, is completely used to send signals back and forth between the front and the back to make them then tower up again to get them to where they want to be, which isn't actually used that much. The input goes from there, under here, back over here, up here, and then back up to here, because this right here, this piston right here, is actually the input to the trigger for the opening. It's actually like this redstone, like the block in this position, but no. So red goes from here to there, and then gold will go from here to there, and then light blue will do a full circle twice, and that's everything. That's literally everything. So that's why the bottom is so much air right now, and why what we're about to build is really fucking annoying. So up 1, invert, still invert, still invert. Oh hey, we're going to run into our rising edge monocell, which I definitely didn't forget to build during the closing section. So let's just sidestep this. This part doesn't matter. Let's go. Let's wait. No, we go down 1. just to go up one again because we were off schedule. And this right here is actually another marker block because having 8 wires going back and forth is kind of fucking confusing, you know? So we go up here, we go here, and then we go around this shit, go under the floor, right there, go up, go this way. Now we're going to go into our falling edge, and this is where light gray actually starts. So once again, we need a 6-armed falling edge. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and that's our light gray for gold done. Next up in gold is dark blue, and lastly sponge. So that comes from here, obviously. Say obviously, but like, I mean, yeah, I guess obviously. Could have probably read it out from here somewhere, but that's rather inconvenient. I mean, okay, this would have actually probably worked. I just decided to link it up with the circuit, which pushes the whole stack, the whole slider back down. So we have a thing right here, and go up 1 and fold back in and out on ourselves. I guess this could have not gone, like, this could have gone up, but whatever. You know, when building this, I didn't know what was going to go up here, so like in the corner, and I think there just isn't anything. Yeah, there just isn't anything here. So in general, trying to keep it like flat and low instead of like taking up a 3-dimensional chunks always. Good advice. Right here. So oops, we go up and then we go over. And from here we have like a few things we need to do. So first let's go down and over here and this way and this way. Ignore this. This is dangerously close, but actually fine. Up here and no, right there. Rising edge right here. That doesn't actually need to be rising edge. I just need it to well, go to this, so I can go to this with this invert. That's just like a folding thing that has to be done because it needs some delay on the off, because there's like, this isn't connected to a monostable, so this will go all the way up here. With the pulse can die at any point. It can one tick at any point. So we need like 2 extended pistons in here to make sure the signal doesn't one tick us in the ass. So yeah, that's that. And then from here we also we split up, and oh my god, there's another thing perfectly aligned. Go up here next to this guy and extend this. So when this retracts, we push over blue, which is the second thing which happens in light gray, in gold. So gold is orange, then blue and light gray together. The timing of the blue actually just doesn't matter, because if you look at this, dark blue is this up here, these pistons. Light gray is these. So these are obviously not connected and can like be whenever they want, really. Orange is orange. It just matters that dark blue is after orange because orange deals with this guy or this guy, this guy. So you know, orange, then dark blue, and light gray in whatever order, and then sponge also after light gray. So it's really just orange, light gray, sponge with dark blue thrown in somewhere where it's convenient, and it just happens to be very convenient right here because we're going to sponge, which is down there. So we're going from there. You know, we're just making like a little detour. Yeah. Fuck, where did this go? Right. We have a thing right here. And this thing right here goes into this thing and this thing and this thing and down again. This is actually a rising edge, but it doesn't actually need to be one. Updater piston, and here's our sponge monostable. Bam. So yeah, this is our main sponge monostable. Remember, sponge needs a seven-armed monostable, because the ugly folding thing to avoid the tape wiring is a thing. So we go down there, we go here, we go down even further. We actually don't go down for a bit. Now we go down, because if we go down earlier, we are going to budge it, which we don't want to budge. And then from here we go into there. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 armed, and I say armed, but like the arm is 7 long, but you know what I mean. So why am I pointing it out? I don't know. So that's that. So yeah. Next up is I mean, that's pretty much gold. We got gold. Gold is orange, and then light gray, and then blue, and then sponge. So what happens next? What happens next? Well, first of all, next step is iron. But iron, as I said earlier, doesn't actually only exists on paper. In reality, it's like just 4 different repeaters coming off of 4 random things, which have no connection to each other. So let's ignore iron for now. So we've already built gold. To build the gold reefer, we need to build iron. And what's next? Well, we need to start the tape, right? So let's go all the way back to the beginning to this section. We have the dark blue. This happens on the closing. This can be neglected. We still need to build this section right here with the lime, the yellow, and the tape before we actually do whatever the fuck we just built. I decided to do it in this order, which is like rather confusing because we built that, and now this, and then that, and then we're done. But this just makes sense because this first part is actually connected to the tape, so it wouldn't make sense to build the first tape connection without building the second tape right after, and that would be really fucking stupid because that doesn't actually exist yet until we've built this. So now that we've built this, we can build this to justify building that before. So right. So this right here. Actually, no. What? Let's just start over here, right? Because we could have built this pretty much instantly when we built the tape, because this actually leashes off of this thing right here, which is side yellow, if you remember. So this just leaches off of here into just like this, and just go down one, because we have a slider right here, which then goes all the way up right there with redstone block right there. Doesn't actually need to be a sticky piston because we're not approaching push limit. And then we have a piston like this, piston like this, piston like, I think another one, and then we go in. Yes. This is on, and then here we have our updater pistons. We're actually having 2 of them. So one is below, and then there's a second one right here, which pushes the block down to update that on the other edge. And yeah, I don't think that's actually necessary anymore, but that is a leftover from a previous design cycle thing iteration. So this pushing up this slice will start the tape through this right there. And we can't do that right now because the tape is currently blocked, and that will it will push out a block right here, which is really fucking annoying, and you don't ever want to do this. You don't want to reset this tape manually. It's like a pain in the ass, especially because there's like 4 colors involved, but that's just me. So You may be wondering, wait, hold on, no. So if this fires, this pulses on the opening and the closing, and we don't want this to fire on the closing, why the fuck is it not firing on the closing? Well, we're actually pulling this piston down. So this is the closing, then this pulses, and when this pulses, this will, remember this will get one tick, so this is it's just a toggle. This will fire this will fire this, that will fire this, and that will extend this. So the next time the signal comes through here, it will pulse this piston, and later, because this is a falling edge, when this is retracted, falling edge will fire one ticking that, retracting this piston again. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, you're not. What the fuck just happened? Right. That shouldn't have broken anything. This lava should be there, yes. Oh, by the way, here you can see the lava just like flowing. That shouldn't have broken anything, I think, because the slider is still extended because it's permanently powered. Yeah, here we just have a little toggle which enables or disables the this off arm of in German we have a word called Ableger, which is like a branch. Oh, branch, I guess. Branch is a pretty good pretty good word. Which then fires the tape. And yeah, that's another reason why this falling edge arm here had to be so fucking long, because there are actually 3 more pistons attached to it than you'd expect. Actually, just 1 more, because these 2 are these 2, but anyways, the other side, which is infinitely more complicated than just a simple flip-flop, is the simple flip-flop, which is on steroids. So we're going to go up here, and from here we're going to go into this guy, and this guy, and this guy, and so how do we disable this? So this is a falling edge, as you can see. However, if you remember, orange, this thing fires firing this. This pulses on the closing and the opening, and we only wanted to go on the opening, so we need to disable this falling edge. And the way we do that is actually pretty clever. This is like a pat on my back. We just put a block in there. So now this just doesn't do anything. I was like really surprised this actually worked out. It was just a stupid idea I had, and I'm really happy I managed to fit it in. So this actually is a redstone block, and we have this guy just actually no, there's an invert, and then yep. So we're currently in the closed state, and in the closed state the thing is enabled because currently we are actually like this, and when the opening happens, this instantly fires, and then when the closing happens, just nothing happens. Really cool. Thank you, Kanye. Very cool. So this thing goes out and back in, and then we're going to do a little loop, because remember, this is a falling edge, so the arm length matters. This is the arm, because this is the falling edge, this is the arm. And from here we go over 1, and gonna fire the tape. Lol, right? And yeah, the tape is connected to these 2, as I said before. So we have actually a redstone block right there, and a piston going off of that, and our lime sliders. Redstone. This was supposed to be 1 lime slider and a yellow slider, but I realized I can combine them. So the mantra of this whole tutorial is Redstoneblock-Only. If you can simplify, you simplify. You connect things to the other things, which they don't have anything in common, just besides that they happen to fire roughly at the same time, and that's how Redstoneblock-Only works. Yeah. So like so. The top one is one longer than the bottom one, and yeah. We have, wait, how did, isn't there like another? Right, up here. We actually have another signal running through there. Down one and down another one. Can't place it there because there's a redstone over there. Make sure you place this updater piston. I forgot this during the practice session for this because yes, I did this entire tutorial once as practice. You probably like start to understand why I call this my worst idea ever, because like there's just infinite time wasted. Yeah. So this pushes down, this unblocks these two halves of the slider, and after a bit, which is why the arm of the following edge had to be so long, we fire this tape to push it over, and then one piston later we fire the bottom tape to push it over. The slider, so top slider over, one piston later, bottom slider over, and that's how we get the super quick extension on the top, which, if you remember, is this. So that's that. That's exactly what we just built, and then yeah, that's that pretty much. And then the next, so this is every like major. When we finished gold, we finished like every major circuit, which is like a physical circuit. The rest is just random timing stuff, which is connected to whatever it has to time, and iron, which is all over the place. So now we're going to go through the entire like opening and go one by one what happens on the opening, right? So the first thing that happens on the opening, and by the opening I mean don't mean when we push a button. By the opening I mean what happens is when we release this piston, because this piston is this piston right there is the input for which kickstarts the entire opening. So where the input line is just a permanently extended wire of pistons to make it instant off, which means it's like instant signal to almost instantly get to here, so we don't have to wait for ages on the opening, because I wanted to make this fast, user-friendly. Yeah, so the first thing that happens when we release this is we start the tape from here, you know, and we extend these. Great, so far so good, so good. The next thing that's going to happen is the tapes tape, and because like if we look over here, I didn't actually have a like huge delay between these because I just have a manual break to refire this manually. But if you look at this, we have like everywhere we have like a long delay chain between two things happening. So this is the delay chain between part 1 of light blue doing its thing, and in theory we have another one right here to wait for the tape to do its thing. So to avoid having to snake our ass away, like to snake our way through this again, because we don't have that much room to waste, because the tape takes like 15 seconds, so you need like what, 90, 70, something along those line pistons, and we don't have that much space. We're just going to wait for the tapes to finish and read the tapes finishing. So the way we do that, as I I think I mentioned it way earlier, is this piston. So when this tape finishes its pulse, we're going to read this off of this with an updater piston here to update this guy, this guy, and that guy goes here, and here's our main input slider. And folks, remember, like, 3 hours ago, roughly, when I said pink is connected to everything, and literally everything, yeah, we're going to connect this right here back to pink. So, this right here is the input, right there. So, this input actually goes into an updater piston, down into this guy, into this guy. So, this slider right here is pretty much the main input slider. So the button is only connected to this slider, which toggles pink, which is the entire closing and everything on the opening, if you remember. And the other thing this button is connected to is this one right there. As I said, this is what kickstarts the entire opening. So sorry for that, I had to adjust in my chair. So this is pretty much just the pink slider, but it's red because it's connected to the input. So it's red. And I made terrible choices around a year ago. It's pink. It's red, even though it should be pink. Why am I getting FPS drops? Why am I getting lags? Uh-oh. Okay, the recording seems to be fine. Okay, let's just pretend that didn't happen. So we have our thing right here, and that goes down right here through this piston into this piston, and that goes further down into this guy, and that goes up again into this guy, and this guy. Okay, get rid of that, and there we go. So, closing happens, this slides over, this fires pink, or this extends pink, pink does closing and everything. And on the opening, press the button, this right here fires, this starts the tape, and also fires yellow, and because yellow is fired, through this arm goes down and goes through here. This has toggled, so yellow also starts this tape. So we start both tapes pretty much at the same time. I think they finish at the same time. That's what matters. Or they finish, the faster one finishes when the slow one finishes, so the faster one can start later. So then this tape fires. And then when this tape finishes, this falling edge fires, pushing the slider back over, refiring pink. And that's important because, well, as I said, pink is connected to everything. And if you think about it, it makes sense, right? So the tape is in place. We are going to do the full quint extension. And what is pink? Pink was initially mainly the bottom floor sliders, right? So everything is pushed into the floor. And of course we can fire pink now, because pink will then close the floor, because the floor is already closable, you know? So that's why we fire pink at this point. Also pink is connected to everything. The second mantra of the tutorial, I guess. So what else do we need to do? We need to start light blue part 1. Which is, oh hey, okay, what's here? Light blue part 1. Wow. I wonder if we can connect these. We're going to connect these with a thing right here, an invert, another invert, falling edge, because we have a we have a slider, so we need to falling edge. So we're going to start blue part 1 pretty much at the same time we fire pink. And if you remember, we had 18, 17, 15, I don't know, pistons in pink. And if you look at these are all unextended right now. So these will all take ages to extend. And all of this is ages long. The extension is long enough for light blue to actually do its thing. So we fire pink and light blue at the same time, and by the time pink actually gets its signal, light blue is already done with the extension, and the quint will have pushed down, and then pink can close the floor. And because currently pink is only connected to pretty much the entire closing through well, orange. I think this was purple in my initial design. So yeah, this is purple. But this is a rising edge, so this actually doesn't do shit on the opening. So this part 1, and now we're going to build the next random line across the bottom because we need to get to part 1 right there. And we're actually not going to send it through here because part 2 will cover all of this, where part 1 is actually going to go all the way around the outside. Yay. Yeah. So this piston is also our like thing, you know. This is actually the block 42. Again, the number will be explained later. Just know that it's there. Yeah, we're going to worry about light blue part 1 on the other side now. So you want to come to this guy, place an updater piston, place a downwards piston, place an updater piston for this guy. Now we're going to run this thing across the bottom like so. We need to dodge the corner because we can't do the thing. And now we're just going to switch to extended pistons because we want it to be in sync. You know, it has to look nice. So also it should be fast. So this fires pretty much instantly when this extends and goes up here and then goes to here. But this actually takes a bit of time. So we have all of these pistons to extend, but from here we really need to hurry up. We really want to fire light blue part 1 around pretty much this piston. So now we're switching to extended because all of these will turn off simultaneously or in a row if you're a spacewalker. And yeah, hold on, they went up somewhere. They went up on this one. Where there's the falling edge in the back, we go up and go up some more till we hit the edge, and then we go up one more, and then we go over, which it's now under the floor, and then when we're about to hit gold, we actually place another falling edge. And just extend that this way. Are you all sticky pistons? Yes, okay, good. And that's how we fire light blue part 1 over here. If you're wondering why I always choose these random heights, these were actually not built like that. They were like, I just built the top and had it like stick out to here, and then I was like, okay, I can extend this however far down I need, except for, well, this was a really bad example because this one actually doesn't, but you know, whatever. The others were. So that's how we do light blue part 1 over here, which is just a giant ass circle around the entire door. And yeah. Next up, we want to fire gold, because if you remember, we have, what do we now have in place? This is standard closing. We just built this. We started both tapes. We started light blue part 1. We are waiting for an extra sponge. Well, don't worry about that for now. Actually, okay, let's do this sponge right now. So this sponge is the next thing that should happen, and the way the sponge works is we're going to grab the sponge off of wait, this is coming from, it's coming from this one, yeah, so not this one, we're coming from this one. So from this light blue, we are going to take a signal from this guy and run that to sponge, because why the fuck not, right? Avoid this thing because it's kind of ugly placed one under the ceiling. We're going to go here, gonna invert that, and then we're gonna like don't worry about this, but this doesn't really matter, because this is light blue part 2 and this is light blue part 1, and light blue part 1 will always finish before light blue part 2, so this doesn't actually bud anything. Gonna go here and then around the corner, and then we're gonna switch to extended because we have a falling edge right here, and then we're going to build another thing to grab this thing off the falling edge, because Sponge needs a 7-armed falling edge, and this is a 7-armed falling edge, and we're just giving it 7, 8, 9, 10 armed instead, because it doesn't matter. As long as it's not less than 7, we can arm length it however we want. So the extra sponge comes from this right here, which is, if we follow this backwards, it's gone through this, down here, comes from here, which is light blue part 1. As I said, it's a fucking mess, and at this point, my brain, I was in the second 18-hour session, and my brain was just fried at that point. So I just started hardwiring, even worse than it previously was. So if you were following it, this is a mess, but if this mess is considered normal, this is where things start to get messy. So this is the messy mess. So let's go back to over here. Red. We've done the blue. This is on the closing. We've done the lightnings. We've done the tape. We fired the tape. We've also started blue. We've done our extra sponge. We're waiting. We're waiting. We're waiting. And now we're firing gold. And the people of you who know how long pistons take and why there are 2 tick repeaters here will probably figure out why I wrote random numbers down. Because this 31 is actually piston timing 31, so the 31st unextended piston will have to fire this thing on the opening. 31 is just based off of how fast the tape is and how fast light blue part 1, how fast I managed to fire and wire light blue part 1. So that's that. And yeah. So that's what the 31 is for. And we're going to fire the gold from here, from pink, because what's the second motto of this? Pink is connected to everything. So pink comes through here. Obviously pink adds a bit more delay right here. So if this is 42 to here, so this is a piston timing 42 to here. So this piston fires 42 after the last significant spot, which in this case is pretty much just red, so all of yellow in the tape. So if I were to hardwire this without falling edging off of other shit, I would need 42 pistons to here, which you know, this snake is what, 40 pistons maybe. So we need this thing again, and bigger for we need a lot of these snakes. So instead of snaking, I just falling edge all over the place. That's why that's 42. So 42 to here, then we get to pink, and then we have another 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 15 something pistons, 17, 19, 20, 21. We get ages to here, and this right here, no wait, this has an updated piston under it. This right here is piston timing 25 after pink. So this piston 25 after pink, and yeah, this 25 after pink. So then we go down some more. We have 26, and we have 27. We have 28, 29, 30, 31. These two don't count. And there we go, 31 unextended pistons until gold. I told you this sign would make sense an hour ago when I built this. Actually, shit, my OBS timer reset. So we're now 15 minutes in. The other was 3 hours 49. Yeah, so around 2 hours ago when we built this. Actually, no, that wasn't that long ago. Like an hour ago when we built this. I told you. Oh, it makes sense. So that's this 31. And yeah, the next thing that needs to happen is actually not on the board. The board does not include the manual update of the quint, which is simulated by this comparator clock, which, if you remember, is this thing, QuintBot update during opening, which I told you around 3 hours ago would be important later. We're going to fire this, and we're going to guess what it's connected to. That's actually the thing which I was building when we started building, and I accidentally built this arm instead of the actual, like, magenta circuit. And an invert. There. So that's how you do the manual update. So we just connected to pink! Yay! And because all of these are extended, they will instantly retract, and then this won't cause any issues when this pushes over, because this pushing over is this unblocks by the time the snake is finished. I think even before that snake even starts. So yeah, that's that. Next up on the board is iron. Yeah, iron. I'm going to take a toilet break because yeah, it's been like 5 hours, and I've been hydrating. Yeah, so next thing we're going to build is iron, and as I said multiple times before, iron is scattered all over the place, so yeah. First thing in iron is a light blue input, and the light blue input goes to the back left over here. So that. How do we fire that? Well, that's the thing which I thought was sponge, but it wasn't actually sponge. Since iron only happens once, all of these only need to fire once. So what only happens once, which we can latch off of over here? Well, gold fires twice, so that's not an option. But wait, gold turns off blue, and blue only turns off once. So we can actually latch light blue off of light blue clay off of dark blue wool. So we go here, and then we put a falling edge, and then we run that out, and then we run that out even further, and we run that out even further, and we run that out even further, and then we go down here. And there we go. Easiest implementation ever. We just run a falling edge, rising edge inverted into falling edge into well, this, and yeah. Sorry. So that's the first thing that happens in iron. What's the next thing that happens in iron, which has absolutely nothing to do with it? After a bit of more delay, a singular dark blue terracotta. So dark blue terracotta is back here, like front here. That's back. That's front. So how do we fire this? This is rather stupid. We're going to latch it off of we're going to latch it off of what are you? Part 2 on. Part 2 off, I think. We're going to latch it off of part 2. Part 2 off, which is pretty much when this thing turns off. So this right here is updater piston for this guy, and that guy is an invert for this guy. And that guy has an updater piston right here, and here, and here. So when you extend this, that guy extends. Yeah, and then here we have a falling edge, so this does nothing, and then there's a falling edge. So that's how we cheat our falling edge, and then we have our 2 arms, so this will 1 tick, if you remember. So the reason this 1 ticks is because that was me butting it, but like, you know, 1 ticks. As you remember, as I said earlier, part 2 on and off will actually refire, so they will both happen twice. So we only need to do this once. So then we had our invert, and here's our actual falling edge. So this is the rising edge, I guess. So it happens on the second time this fires. Yeah, it's happened on the second refire. Because remember, this needs to wait all the way through 1 gold and then happen eventually. So that's why that happens so fucking late. From here we just spiral up to the from from here we just spiral up through the thing under W. Don't worry about this, but since this is part of gold, and gold is already done, and or like is already done, and will still fire once, but not now. The but doesn't matter. So that's the dark blue fire. What's next in iron, which is scattered all over the place? A lime. So we need to refire our lightning input to this interval. And the way we're going to do that is we are going to latch it off of this. I think. Hold on. What are we latching off of? The fuck? Wait, that way. So it's this one. I know that, but where is it coming from? Oh, right, we are directly latching this off of the dark blue. So we come to this arm right here, which is why I said that this might work over here with this thing, but instead it happens over here. So we latch off of this and go here. And into another invert, into another invert, into another invert, because all of these double inverts actually add more delay to this, even more. And yeah, so this is a rising edge, I think. Wait, what? Wait, no, I'm on the wrong side. Yes, you're rising edge. Sorry, it's been 4 hours. I am starting to get fatigued. This goes down, and honestly, I'm surprised I'm still like memorizing. Like I'm still that good on the memorizing part. And this goes here. And we're gonna have an updater piston right there for obvious reasons. This can't retract. Then we're going to have a piston right there, pushing that down. That will butt this, but since yellow only ever gets fired once, and that's at the very start through this, that's why we have a slow boy right here, which gets golded twice. The butt doesn't matter. And yeah, so that's lime. What's next? Next up is, after the iron thing, is nothing. We just refire gold. So onto the gold refire, which actually latches off of the previously built lime refire right here, because if you remember, gold is down there, and we're already here, and we're already on like such a long delay into the sequence that we might as well just tunnel down through this hole and through this nothing back to there, actually to there. So convenient air gap is convenient, I guess. We go down and through another double invert because we need to squeeze past this shit. So go down. Another update piston going over, and then another update piston going down. You're normal. You're sticky. You're normal. Yes. From here, this is actually a second falling edge, so that's just a falling edge. And that then goes into this, and down, and grab. So, remember, this is pink, because everything's connected pink. Pink fires gold, so this is hard extended. So the redstone block is actually currently right here. And then that falling edge just pulls it up and pushes it down again. So we refire the falling edge connected to the falling edge to gold. So that's how we refire gold after iron. Again, iron doesn't make any sense. So or like only exists on paper, because it's really just for random pulses which I grab off of random things, run into random things, and it just does the thing. So yeah. So we have this right here, which is random iron. We have this down here, which is random iron. We have this right here, which is random iron. We have this, which is random iron, and then we run that down there to the gold refiner, which is also kinda random iron. Okay, so what's left? Pretty much nothing except blue and the and orange, but whatever. So we've done the mystery. This is closing. We've done the lightnings. We've fired light blue part 1. We've done the extra sponge. We've ran into gold. We've ran gold into silver, and we've ran silver back into gold. Well, we didn't run gold into silver. We grabbed silver off of everything and anything and ran that back into gold. So this main worm is actually done now. Great, that only took 4 and a bit hours. So we're good on time. However, I need to stretch this a bit longer to beat Armas for a 50-minute tutorial. But I don't actually need to stretch it because we still need to wire light blue part 2. And yeah, light blue part 2 is going to be a bitch because it needs to be timed properly. It needs to refire itself. We already have 4 inputs to worry about because we have light blue part on, light blue part off, and then on the other side light blue part on, light blue part off. So this is a mess. So it will go back and forth like 6 times, and everything is timed perfectly. The number of unextended pistons matters, and the number of extended pistons doesn't actually matter, but you know. The glue which holds the shit together. So, yeah. Remember when I said everything was connected to pink? That one time, maybe slightly mentioned it on the side. Probably I've forgotten all of it by now. So it is pink. Remember, here we grab gold off of pink. And on the other side, we're going to grab light blue off of pink. Because, why not? This piston right here is actually piston 25 on the delay chain. So we're going to grab part 2 on 26 right here with shit. You go 1 higher. There we go. So piston right there, and piston right. Update piston right there. So that's 27, that's 26, and this right here is actually 27, because I couldn't remember if that's 26 or that's 26 or that's 20. So that's 27, and from there we can work. We go down like so, go up, go over. Remember this redstone block. This will be important later. I'll just mark it like so. We go up, and here things get messy. This entire air pocket right here will be consumed by light blue, like unironically consumed. We'll go out, not on a date. We'll go here. Go. You know. Over. This is like the worst, like, tunneling ever, but I needed to get to one more. I needed to get to this right here, because this right here is a rising edge. So that's a rising edge, and the way this stupid corner works is also neat, because our input will go right through this hole, like right through this, and it's just barely works. Barely holding together with duct tape. So from this thing we have our part 2 refire, part 2. Here we have our part 2 ons. Part 2 ons, which actually is on piston 35. If you've kept count, you will be able to confirm this. And from here we are going to the different part 2 ons. So that one's right there. Ooh, hey, that's pretty close. So let's just start with that one. So we go here, and we go here some more, and then we go extend this. Don't worry about this. This is the falling edge, which kickstarts the entire opening through, or like, which kickstarts the post-tape part of the opening by opening pink and starting light blue part 1 over there. So this is pretty much permanently extended, so don't worry about that powering anything. This goes here, this goes here, and then just goes up, and hooray, we've managed to hit part 2 on. Again, this rising edge arm is the length it is because these, mainly this one. So part 2 on 35 here needs to go to part 2 on here. So that's rather, well, it looks straightforward. We just run that through there. We have a downwards thing right here. We have a thing over, we have a more thing over, and most of these are extended to make it in sync, because again, extended pistons don't add any delay. And go up and down and over and up again, because we need to avoid this at all costs. So now we join this for a second, go up some more, go, wait, this was, yeah, this one was this thing, which has an extra, which has an extra updater right there, because this isn't here, this is pink, this is extended, so this redstone block will keep this this updater piston on, so we need this updater piston to do that, but on the other edge this doesn't actually do things, so we need to do that. We have a falling edge again, and that's just the easiest falling edge ever, I guess. Not the easiest, I think it's the second shortest one in the whole door. Yeah, that's part 2 on over here. And next up is connecting this bullshit to part 2 off, which, well, part 2 off, we're over here now, and we're just going to continue this signal to through this, and some more, and some more. And now we're going to spin around here a bit, because this air pocket will also be completely consumed by light blue, because well, it's a timed quadruple input, like it's a timer circuit for a quadrupled inputted refire. So of course this is going to be a fucking mess. We go back down, and then under this we go over, and some more over, and some more over, and then we're going to fold in on ourselves like so, and begin to go down to our final destination. No, actually double under, and another double down, just to go back up again to grid align with this. So this and this is our light blue part off. Where's wool? I don't have blue wool. This right here is this part 2 off. And these two are going to be connected to, well, the part 2 off sliders. So let's start with this one. So we're going to run this into here, into an invert, into another thing, into extended piston, more extended piston, more extended piston, more extended. Don't worry about this, but again, this will be off when we get to here, because this is part 1, and part 1, like this whole chain, this whole thing will be off. The redstone block will be in the position of the arm, so this won't be butted. Gonna extend this. I'm gonna extend this way. Gonna extend this some more, and more extension, more extension. Again, extended pistons turn off instantly, so we don't have to worry about the syncness of the entire thing. We're gonna have an updated piston right here, piston this way, and that is just to falling edge this piston, which then grabs this piston, which, as I explained previously, will grab the redstone block out of this back into here to falling edge this whole pillar. And this whole box looks like a mess, and that's just because it is. And yeah, great. Onto the other thing. So from here we need to once again run it back that way, because part 2 off is that way. It's actually that one which we're looking at right now. So we're gonna run this through an invert, because once again permanently extended pistons are our friends, because they turn off instantly, or in a row if you're from the technical community and are bitching about my normie friendly explanations being technically incorrect. So this right here is a falling edge, which one ticks this guy, because yeah. So this is directional. So if we just copy paste this out, right? We have this, this, and this, and I don't know. Stone, why not? So if we release this, that will want to. However, it's directional because due to the way this is set up, due to like the whole sub-tick piston, like micro-tick, non-micro-tick piston update order bullshit. If we are building it in this direction, doesn't actually work. So this right here is the Z direction, which means this redstone block being here right here manifesting will update the X direction first, which is this piston, and then the Y, and then the Z, and the Z will hit this piston, and this piston will be like, hey, hold on, I should be powered, so let me power. If we do this like so, this won't actually work. Because when this piston retracts, the redstone block will manifest from block 36, and then the redstone block will be like, hey, what's up in the X direction? The piston will be like, oh, I should extend, and it extends. So this thing never even gets this update. I think it gets the update, but it's cancelled or aborted because it's like not long enough or something. Space will probably be in the comments. Doesn't really matter. All you need to know is this directional. So why didn't I say that start tutorial? Well, because we can just like flip it. So if you are building this in the X direction, you just do this instead. But I'm building it in the Z direction, and that being the whole corridor. So just do whatever works for you. So keep in mind this piston is directional. So gonna go up here, gonna go out here, gonna go up just to go back down again, as we've done many times before. And go back, wait. Huh. We've just built the refire. Oops. Yeah, so remember this marker was when I said this redstone block would be important. This is the refire for part 2. Where the fuck did I miss the... Oh. Oops, I was supposed to build out from here. Oops. So we just do this fancy falling edge again, and just connect that too. I was supposed to build this before this whole shit, but I was too carried away by explaining the directional thing. So, oops, my bad. Yeah, so from this whole bullshit, we just go up, build the falling edge, and then just circle into the part 2 off slider. And then from down here, through the directional thing, we go up, 1, down, invert falling edge, and that would be the refire of part 1. Because if we follow this backwards, we will see part 1, 26, 27. Go through here, 20, this will extend, so this is extended right now. This will be extended, then this fires go all the way through here, up here, to these two, part 2 on 35, we'll fire both part 2s on. The signal will go all the way through here, all the way up here, through this, down here, through this, snake up here, snake up here, snake up there, follow this back, go back down here, and in part 2 off. And then part 2 off will run all the way back here, through this, and refire this. But only once, because we have a falling edge connected to a falling edge. We have a T-flip-flop connected to a falling edge. So this is a T-flip-flop because this will one tick, and we have a falling edge over here, so this will only refire once. So yeah, that's the part 2 refire done. Yes, done that. Already done that notes. I'm already way ahead on my notes in case I need them. So, what's next? That way. So we've now completely finished the light blue. This is done. And we've finished the main body. So what's left? What's left is this thing. Fire tape again. So now we need to figure out when the second gold happened, or rather, more precisely, when the light blue part 2 off finishes for a second time, and we're going to fire both tapes. In this case, if we go to the front, this is not the front. This is close right now. If we go to the front, we have this guy right here, which we use to fork off our iron dark blue pulse thing, you know. We're actually going to fork this off again to here, and run this into run this into an invert, another invert, just to get on track, you know. This is the falling edge right here. Falling edge goes down. Falling edge goes down some more. Falling edge goes down some more. And no, we have one more. And now we have this, which goes under this, and this is, if you remember, the tape fire. So when iron happens, pretty much around, yeah, pretty much exactly here, a bit after the dark blue, a bit before that, like around here somewhere, between dark blue and light green, the tape will fire. And that's good because most of this stuff can be, if you remember, like hours ago, I said that if we remove these redstone blocks at a certain point in time, the second gold will actually do everything for us, even the last couple of things which failed when trying to show it to you. So if I try to do this manually, there you go. So that's the second gold finishing, and because we taped the redstone blocks out at the perfect time, this does that for us. So that's over here for this side, and on the other side we have, hold on, this looks empty. Something's missing here. Oh, lol. Yeah, forgot a thing for light blue part 1. Oops. Come to this guy. Place the piston down. Updater piston, piston down. Piston over. Another piston over, and now the invert to grab this guy. So just like on the other side, I forgot to build the refire on the bottom blue for what are you? You're part 1 on. You're part 1. I forgot to put in a refire for part 1. That would have been catastrophic if I would have fired this. Oops. I'm deeply sorry. On the other side, there's this mysterious piston which we placed a couple of hours ago, which I never explained what this does. So there's also the slider, which I said has something to do, which we will grab off the signal from light blue part off through the second slider, which we needed over here to refire that. So we're going to grab it off of this piston right here, and we're going to run it through an updater piston into a sticky piston. This is actually a one-tick generator, so this piston will one-tick because the piston powers the piston which unpowers the piston, which powers the piston in the first place. So this is just one tick. And we're going to want to take this. This is currently grabbed, so place it away from the piston. Because again, part 2 off fires twice, and we only want to fire on the second time. So we need to add a toggle in between. So this is our toggle. So we have a falling edge connected to toggle, and this toggle is connected to this falling edge. So when the toggle toggles, this extends, this inverts, this extends. Now the falling edge is armed, and then when the thing happens again, this toggles, this inverts, this fires. And from here it's a rather simple connection to, from here it's trivial and left as an exercise for the viewer. Yeah, there we go. That's pretty much it, except it's not. So what's another thing that isn't on the board, which we need to do, is orange, which is actually the last thing. So that's opening final, which I talked about like 4 hours ago when I said things of color which don't actually have any color. So yeah, we've done the main body, we've done the side body, we've done the red and yellow update, which isn't on the body. And now we're going to do the random orange update, which isn't on the body, which isn't actually a random orange update, it's just pushing these towers back down. So to push these towers back down, which also is timing precise, because I think I mentioned earlier, this fucks around with the tapes, with the tape circuits in certain places. So yeah, timing precise. So timing precise. So we are going to fork off of this tape stopper. If you remember, right here we fork the tape stopper to fire pink, because pink does everything. And over here we fork the tape stopper to do opening final, which is also orange. Shouldn't really be orange, but yeah. So we're going to do this. We're going to run this into a falling edge. And this falling edge is going to have another toggle. So just like on what we previously built, we have a toggle connected to another falling edge bullshit. We're going to go over a bit and up a bit. So things will get messy from here. We go down. And this is actually a another falling edge. So this is so messy. So this normal piston right here is what we need to power, and this downwards piston right here is our falling edge. So once again we have a falling edge right there going into a toggle, going into a falling edge, going into another falling edge, which really just is a fancy word for delay. And Redstoneblock-Only at least. So this is opening final, and what the fuck is this cube? Well, we have this nice hole right here to send like an upward signal through. So why not do that? And because there's no actual way to power this, because look at it, it's surrounded by stuff, we are butting it. So that's why we want a really fast signal on a normal piston. So redstone block under this guy, because otherwise this guy would be rather pointless. And we're going to extend this outwards, extend this forwards, and from here we're going to go up and up some more, and from here we're going to go back on ourselves, and wait, did it go no, wait, oh yeah, there's an invert in here. All of these are extended currently, so we need at least one inverted, like one unextended piston to get this done. And I remember these two specifically being next to each other. So yeah, so that's how we push that back down. And in addition to pushing that back down, we are going to push over this slider, because how else are we going to get a signal through to this air pocket thing, gap? Because there's this shit in the way. This was one of the first things I built, and it's like so in the way, but also like not so in the way, because under it is a bunch of air, and yeah. So we're gonna go sliding over a bit up until pretty much the end of this while we even can. So there's a redstone block right there, there's a redstone block right there. And yeah, so we're gonna use this air place. It's not really a pocket, it's like barely any room to work with, but I can make it work. So that's only because this side has the redstone block further down, so we only really need to extend the top 2 pistons. Meanwhile, on the other side, as I explained way earlier, this redstone block is too high, so we need to push this over, but we also need to pull out this piston to make sure the stack doesn't re-fuck itself. So, from this thing you want an extended piston, and from the extended piston you want to go down 1, and down 1 more. Don't worry about this being fired by the closing, doesn't matter. Because this is only here to unlock these 2 blocker pistons. Mainly this blocker piston and the updated piston for the blocker piston. Because we have this piston right here, which will power our piston in that location, right there, what I'm looking at. And because right here this dark blue, and dark blue is fired by iron, and we don't want iron to actually fire this. That's why we need blocker pistons to block iron from firing this. And yeah, from there it's just getting our signal from here. Oops, getting our signal from here. Yeah, pretty much just that. Down to there through these 2 updater pistons, as well as the top one through this updater piston. So when the slider leaves, this invert like retracts. This is going to fire the top piston at a 2 piston delay, and it's also going to fire the bottom piston at a 1, 2, 3 piston delay. So that's why the bud instantly reacts to it, because yeah, it just does, you know. That's this one, which barely fits in here. And on the other side, we are going to have a whole thing which covers pretty much the entire air gap, which you see right here. So when I do this, when I do that to fire this thing again, because that's extending the redstone block, so we can safely pass this by. We go over some more, and over this way. And from here, actually, we have an invert right there. So this will get pulled up, extending the top piston, as well as moving the redstone block out the way. And then this thing will hit this updater piston and this downwards piston to extend this, to push the redstone block here, to update the piston, to butt power the piston in this position, which is this piston. So that's the top 2 done. And now we only need to worry about the redstone block bullshit being, well, bullshit. So there's a thing going down here, and a thing going over next to this guy. Next to this guy, and of course I fucked it up. Alright, the 5th one is right there. Oops, my bad. It's late, or should I say early. I'm pretty sure my family is about to wake up and annoy me, so let's wrap this up. Yeah, so from you, this thing goes out here and goes over here and some more, and from here it goes up, and that just pushes the slider back over. So the last thing that needs to be worried about is this stack piston not actually doing what it's supposed to do. And by that we need to push it back over. Why would we need to push it back over? Because we're actually pushing it out right here with a sticky piston. I think and then an updater piston on top. Are you a sticky piston or are you a normal piston? I think you're a sticky. Yeah, you're a sticky. There's a reason for that, but I don't remember why. But there was a reason for why this has to be sticky. Alright, so we extend the sticky in that position into the green glass right now, but the block of redstone retracts before we push it over, so then we would have a piston in the green glass pushing the middle glass slice down, which would be fatal. So that's why that has to be sticky to re-grab the thing, because we push this over later. How do we fire this? Alright, we just have a piston right here, and a piston right here. And we, yeah, that's pretty much it. This updater piston is actually not that pointless. I mean, it is pointless. It will never actually do anything. But that was built before the thing. Initially, these were updated like this, but you know that would be even worse. So we don't have to worry about this because in this location, on this side, which the other side doesn't have, if you remember. So on this side, well, this obviously just works perfectly fine. But on this side, we have the this redstone block, which isn't there on the other side, because we need to one-tick the thing back in. So this from light blue actually fires this as well, which fires this, but that's actually another reason why light blue has, on this side is a bit fucky and weird and doesn't make any sense, because we actually need to make sure this one ticks at the end, which the other side doesn't need to, because we constantly grab out the wall, so we need to push one tick out the wall back into the position again. So because this is right here and gets fired, this bud gets updated from this piston, which is budded, which gets updated from this piston from there, which doesn't happen on the other side. So with this done, I think yeah, let's just quickly check over everything. We should be done. In theory, we should be done. So really importantly, did we place this updater piston? Yes, we did. We placed all of this. We placed this, and yeah, there's just like big gaps of air. Like this gap of air will still be filled with the input, but other gaps of air are just there. I mean, this will also be the input, but like this void right here looks a bit empty, and that's because it is. And this right here is also just a giant air gap. Same thing for if you hop in here. As well as this corner. This corner is just, that's just the corners. This should be everything. So let me make a backup of this world, just in case it's not. We will fire and test, and then I will correct any mistake which is there. So we're back, and back in full screen, so you don't have that ugly ass border down there on OBS. I've made a backup copy of this world, so in theory, we're going to arm the opening. And if we release the opening happens, obviously. Duh. And we're just gonna see if I fucked anything up, which I likely have. At least the tape didn't break for once. So the lightning extension failed. Do what I want. Oh my fucking god. The slider doesn't even have a redstone block in it. this, I'm looking at the block, and this block right here should be a redstone block. Oh my god, that's certainly a mistake. Yeah, let's go back and reload the safety save I made earlier for this exact reason. Okay, back to full screen so you don't have that black bar at the bottom. And yeah, so we're back, and if we place this redstone block, and now hopefully this should work. So that's the full quad extension right there. That's light blue part 1, still light blue part 1, still light blue part 1, now we're light blue part 2, the back didn't do light blue part 2, but in the back do light blue part 2. Okay, our light blue is broken. Not really surprised considering I already forgot like 2 things during light blue, and light blue is a fucking mess. Orange happened, but orange once again didn't work properly because I'm going to have to load the save again and break it again while looking at this to figure out exactly what's not working, I guess. So yeah, I'll just be right back. See which of these actually does the thing. Oh, convenient! Let's just stand right here. Look roughly this way. I can watch the things over there, I can watch the things here. And here we go. So that push is over. There's the second one. Why didn't the right push back over? So you fired twice, you're not the issue. You saw here the stack got pushed out, which is nice. So orange never got the second firing. Which, if orange never got the second firing, means that the slider never got the second firing. Which means that the error is somewhere down here. You're a sticky piston, you're a sticky piston, you're a sticky piston, you're a sticky piston, you're a sticky piston. I mean, we're going to reload this world anyways because it's broken, and I don't feel like resetting it because resetting this is actually a lot more complicated, and depending on where it breaks, you need to reset around 8 toggles. So, actually, I should probably just show you how to reset it. I mean, to reset this situation is not that hard. You just fill in the stack again and fix the sliders, so the rest of them are right there, and that slider isn't right there. And in this case, that's done. But for example, if the tape breaks, you need to finish the tape. The tape will not stop automatically, which means half the opening plays out without the other half playing out, and then it gets messy. So in that case, sucks to be you. This video is already like what, over 5 hours or something. So yeah, let's not extend this artificially. If this takes too long, I might just cut ahead till where I find the issue. For now, my best bet is to completely blow this worlds to shits, this door to shits, by testing if the manual refire fires orange. So the question would be you after you. Aha, you didn't do shit. Why didn't you do shit? Because you were supposed to do shit. Aha! Forgot an updater person right here. Oh hey, what did you look at that? Orange did the thing. Back to the backup save. So we're back, and we found the issue. So this redstone block was missing in the slider, and down here at the down here at the gold refire, I forgot this updater piston. So this piston is here when the thing gets pulled up, so this actually reacts because otherwise it extends and never actually retracts, which is bad. Because this right here is a falling edge, but doesn't pulse on the rising edge. So this is our dual edge updater, which only needs to be a rising edge updater, but it's both. So in theory, with these two minor one block bug fixes, the opening should work smoothly if we arm and fire. I have to put extension because I placed the redstone block in the yellow tape, in the yellow slider, which is actually lime because I don't know, already used yellow in the bottom. This yellow wool and yellow clay are okay. The back light blue is also. We are going to be here for a while. Alright, so the back of light blue is fucked, and I guess the gold refire is fucked in more ways than one. So, okay, so part 1 looks correct. And then part 2... Wait, part 2 didn't look like actually fired, so maybe part 2 on is, like, not connected properly. Where's part 2 on? Part 2 on is, oh. Hi. Yeah. You didn't... What the fuck is this redstone block doing here? Who placed that there? I mean, it was me, but like... Why are you here? Alright, we are once again back. So, mistake 1, this redstone block. Mistake 2, this updater piston. Mistake 3, for some fucking reason, I placed this redstone block right there, which apparently holds us on. I don't remember placing this, and there is no point in doing this, because I don't think I ever demonstrated anything in particular with this. So, that probably was a misclick, which I happened to miss. Now, after these 3 one-block mistakes in a fucking 19,500 block volume, I guess that's okay, but I'm pretty sure there's another issue with this, which we will uncover shortly. If we position ourselves right here again and just fire this. Because I suspect the quint will also... like the middle glass pile will not fire properly. Yeah, so right there the bottom was supposed to fire and it didn't. So why is U not working? So this should fire twice. This is the first gold. Oh, so it does fire twice. So it did fire twice, and as I suspected, this is blocked by the other side somehow. Which either means that orange fires too early, which is probably the reason, or sponge or orange are kept on for too long for whatever reason. I'm pretty sure it's not orange because that's what I previously suspected being broke, and that wasn't broke, that was a gold refire. So sponge is also pretty unlikely to be oh my god, no. Remember the one block during the shopping list which I told you had to be sponge? It's this updater piston with this updater sponge, and there has to be sponge for reasons. Oh my god. Yeah, so the extra sponge, which we fire for, which we grab off of this light blue over here, actually, so without this updater piston, this right here is same thing as on the gold refire. This right here is a falling edge detector. This will actually pulse when this block gets pulled up, but it won't pulse when the piston gets pushed down. So this piston actually just retracts and never re-extends until the actual pulse comes through. So I'm gonna nuke the world, we'll come back, we'll fix the 4 things, and hopefully that works then. Okay, we are back. I should probably press F11, F11, you know, because elf in German is 11. Not like the mythical fairy creature thing, you know. So, mistakes to fix. Number 1, this slider doesn't have a redstone block. Number 2, this gold refire doesn't have an updater piston. Number 3, this has a random ass redstone block for no apparent reason, which will break everything. And mistake number 4, we're missing this updater piston right here with this mandatory sponge block. And we can't just have a normal one right here because obviously that will fuck up with this guy. So, let's hope this is the last time I have to nuke the world, and firing this will actually do the thing. It one-ticked something. I don't know what it one-ticked, but wait, what? Oh shit. I guess since nothing is, I'm hearing nothing actually broke. So I powered this too quickly and the signal died on me before it fired. So this falling edge shouldn't have done anything, and this one tick this, which powers this before. This should have done something, but it didn't. Huh, weird. Let's just go. There's our extension. There's the second bug fix. There's the third. Now the tapes start. Now the second gold kicks in. Up there you saw the one thing, which why we needed the oh my god, it works, yes. Up here you saw the reason why we need this updater piston, because this corner temporarily got pushed out. Great. So it works now. And in theory, if we press this button, it should close again. Except it doesn't, because so on to the 5th bug mistake hunt. Alright, we're back. Redstone block right there, updater piston right there. Not a redstone block right there, and mandatory sponge block right there. Okay, and now the last issue is something with this slider. And I need to figure out which why it is. So we know the opening works now, so I can just let this run, and I guess I'll open this one too, and I'll just compare what looks different. Sounds like an idiot-proof plan. Also, we get to look at all of this moving at the same time, I guess. So yeah, you can see like there are like 6 signal worms like living throughout the entire door at the same time. And now we're back to the tape. I think we just saw orange. Oh, now we're seeing orange. Now the tape is finished. And now everything's done. So it's really fascinating to look at that. Let's look at this corner, I think. So you're off. You're right here. You're extended. Okay, and you're okay. This looks all fine. Maybe the bottom is broken. What do we have here? Steel piston, piston. Okay. You also look fine. So then why do you not power? You come from here, you come from there, you come from down here, which is okay, honestly, what's up with these random ass redstone blocks which shouldn't be here? And now everything should work. Like, if you follow the tutorial, the only mistake you need to fix is this one right here. This update is missing, and this redstone block in the slider. Because the redstone block up there not being in play in the updated sponge, because the redstone block up there being there for no reason, and the redstone block down there being there for no reason. Like, that's just it's 9:25 a.m. Okay, the closing works. And the opening will also work if we try this and release it. I guess we can look at this again from over here. So now you're seeing the tapes. When the tapes are done, right now, you can see gold is happening. And light blue is happening in both top quadrant, what's the halves, top quadrants, I guess. Now we're back at the tape, so I've already talked over iron and the second gold, I guess. So, yeah. Fucking beauty of a mess right here. Orange just fired. And, yeah, we're done. This should be the entire opening, and it is. So, last thing, really the last thing what's left is looking at this button to travel down here, through all of this mess, which is already like 3 of these wires next to each other. Back here, oh, we have a lava leak, yeah, because no floor is in place. Here, up here in this air gap, through all of this mess, through this air pocket, and then travel through this corridor back to here, which is our main input. And that's the last thing we're going to do. So, come to the button. We're currently open, so you want to have a falling edge, and this is currently open. So the redstone is currently attached to it. And this was the input was the last thing I built. So you can modify this. You could have a you can move the thing to like anywhere up to around here. You can add a lever if you want to do. You just need to add a dual edge right behind it. You can also place it here because you can add you can add a spam protection if you want to grab spam protection. You need to fork this tape is the slower one. This tape is the slow one, so you need to fork this, or pretty much you just need to fork this again, really. Or rather this arm, which you can fork this spiral. This spiral is the last thing which happens on the opening. So you can fork this on a you can fork this for the opening to add spam protection, and for the closing there isn't actually any spam protection needed because the closing is just hardwired this button to this thing to push this, and if you spam this during the closing, the opening won't trigger anyways. So, but you'll probably figure that out yourself. Let's just wrap this up because it's 9:30, and when my parents figure out that I'm here, and they will force me to have breakfast with the family, which I would like to avoid at all costs. So, yeah. We're gonna go under the floor, not actually under the floor, but like we're gonna swoop through. And now the previously teasered traversing of this fucking gap, like so, and then under, no, wait, you're one lower, you're here. And under here, going into this, back up again, because at this point we're just desperately trying to avoid anything and everything, and also need to worry about budding. But up there, the budding will be even fucking worse. So, also, for convenience sake, I tried to make most of these pistons unextended in the current state. So, yeah. This right here is budded, so break that, and replace it. And same thing will happen in a bit. So we'll have this come down right here. Now we're going to go parallel with this line for exactly 2 pistons before we go this way and go here. This is once again budded like that. These buds don't actually matter because once again, oh no, what have I done? Oh, thank God, this is the... So this is the side which just does nothing, which just does the side. The other side would have the orange pillar right here, which fires the entire rest of the closing, which would have been, like, bad. Where did I place? I placed this one. Okay, so this shouldn't have any lasting consequences. So... You see, most of these are currently unextended, so they instantly turn off when we push the button. So the closing happens at a reasonable speed. This weird mess I'm doing right now with the circling around and going down and back up again, this is really just to make all of these unextended. Yeah. Come up here in the pillar in the corner. We once again have this thing before we go up and more up and more up and yeah. From here we actually also go sideways and down like so. And here we have our final pillar. Not actually final pillar, our second final pillar. This one just goes straight up and all the way to the city. Right here with a sticky piston, because as you can see, this pillar goes right through this wiring. So we need to make sure there's an air block right here at all, like at all moments where light blue could fire, since this is light blue, I think. Yeah, this is light blue, because this comes from here, there. This is light blue part 1. Yep, this is light blue part 1. So we need to make sure there's a gap there, so we need a stick piston right here. So we need a second, because this is pretty much boxed in. So we need this air bubble to fire this slider back down, and then this air bubble to actually get to there, which we need to. So this goes up. Has a redstone block, right, 1 below. And yeah, so that's why there's a second piston here, because we go sideways out, more sideways out, more up. The fuck? I'm having hallucinations, so I thought I just heard like a bunch of pistons firing. This is actually a normal piston. Right here's a normal piston. So this is just a falling edge on the normal piston. And you probably know what, you can probably guess what that means. Maybe you can't, because it's 5 hours in and attention span is not this long, and I'm surprised I'm still here. So here we have another budded slider, which just goes like up a bit, which doesn't actually go up that far, it just goes like up to here, because we're already at the ceiling. So from here we do the same thing we did on orange on our very first vertical slider, which is this the 3D folded thing. And from here we just wire it along these, add an invert, and fire the down pusher on this slider. Don't worry about this firing this, because this is the input and this is light blue part 1, which means that Yes, you are supposed to be extended. This is label part 1, so these will never interfere with each other, ever. So then, the final stretch, we just need to get this slider to that block and we're done. So, piston right here, piston up, and this was completely unmodified. So, all of the runnings was done, and now me from last year had to make this work without budding, and I didn't need to modify any other thing because I probably couldn't have modified any other thing at this point. So we're gonna go like really fucking awkwardly around the place. So we're gonna go down, we're gonna go around the corner, down one, up one again. One more, don't worry about this bud. This is permanently extended during the when it's closed state. And this right here is the falling edge. So this is when the opening happens, this retracts, and then after the falling edge fires, this retracts, and this doesn't get in bud updates, so this doesn't clock endlessly, so don't worry about the bud. Then we go sideways and down, because we can't actually avoid the other buds right here. Don't worry about this firing again, this doesn't really matter. Then we go this way, and from here we are basically done. We are going to go down again, and then we're going to go up again, and right here is where we need to go, and now we're done. We're done. Closing works because this slider fires pink, and pink does everything, you know. Might have mentioned that like once before. And yeah. You can already open at this point. The delay before anything comes alone means that when you see the lava in the middle, you can probably close it already and time it properly. And if we press this, the opening should now happen. Which it does. And we are done after almost 6 hours. Tape happens, now the last part of the second gold happens, and now orange final opening happens right there. There. Thank you. Fuck my life. Yeah, once again, thank you. Oh, like, not once again, but like, if you've made it this far, you're amazing. Thank you for watching. Comment down below if my running gag about being a genius is actual fun, or if I'm just a if I just come across as a narcissistic asshole. Comment down below which of my 5 mistakes you found the funniest. So your options are talking stuff and forgetting to actually place a redstone block in the slider. Forgetting to place an updater piston. I don't know why. Forgetting to place the mandatory sponge block updater right here. Honestly, this is probably my favorite, I guess. And then, yeah, a random ass redstone block right here, which shouldn't have been there ever to begin with, and was probably just a misclick and I didn't notice while I was talking. And the same thing for, where was the other one? There was another one. Damn, did I already forget? Yeah, whatever. There was another one. You know exactly which one I mean. Also, like, leave a like, because I won't do this. I won't do a fucking 6-hour one take again if, like, this goes unappreciated. And, yeah. Challenge results for the reverse challenge should come, I don't know, sometime during the summer. I don't know how busy with uni I'll be. I only have like, what, 8 submissions from like 4 people, so kinda disappointed, but yeah, whatever. Yeah, let's just watch this one more time. In all its moving glory. How the timing snake over there happens. And the closing happens. Actually you saw the hole I jumped over. That's the secret alternate entrance, which I mentioned way before. Actually, we've seen this from this side a bunch of times. Let's look at it from this side. You can also see the redstone blocks dancing up there. Well, like not dancing, but like getting pushed over and back and over and back. And yeah, that's how you build the 19,500 5x5 dual-sided lava lamp using only redstone blocks and pistons and sliders, I guess. I highly recommend putting like a cage around it like this because, you know, this looks cool. This is like a nice rectangle, but this is like there's air right there, there's air right there, you know. Gotta pretty it up a bit. Also, you might want to remove all the color nodes. But aren't you glad I placed them for you? Because otherwise you would have been completely fucking lost. Yeah, same here. Just place like a solid beam around it, especially this corner. Yeah, I'm not going to tell you how you should decorate your thing. Thanks everyone for watching, who even like decided to watch the full thing. What do my notes say about special shoutouts? Nothing. I've been called stupid, an actual monkey, and yeah. Bye.